Hey folks, glad to be with you here tonight. We're going to have yet another great late night chat. We're going to talk about some interesting stuff tonight, so tune in.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Hey everybody, I am so glad to be here with all of you tonight. We're going to have yet another great late night conversation. So I'm looking forward to it. The way we do things here, our normal format, is that first I give my opening remarks. Then from there, we do the roll call. And then from there, I answer your questions for the remainder of the night. So if you've got something you would like me to touch on in the second half of the program, please go to buymeacoffee.com/Caleb Maupin and send your question. You can also do super chats. Super chats can be done because we're monetized again. You can also do Rumble rants on the Rumble, but it's you all that make the second half of the show what it is because you guys send your questions. So send some questions, make the second half of the show fun, make the second half of the show good. In terms of announcements, the Center for Political Innovation is having its 7-day national training school, August 12th to 19th. And that is very, very, very exciting. We're also going to be announcing a very important event that happens, that's going to happen during that 7-day training school. We're going to be announcing that very shortly. So keep your eye out for that. Just making the poster and everything, but we're going to have a very big announcement about what's going to be happening in Chicago, one of the many events happening in Chicago during the 7-day training school. So that's going to be good. So if you'd like to join us in Chicago, please register. We would love to have you involved, plug you into the organization. Everything I do on this channel is about building an organization. I'm an organizer. That's actually going to come across in our conversation here tonight. So yeah, the other thing is I'm going on the road. In July, I'm going to New York City and Minneapolis, New York City on July 2nd, Minneapolis, July 18th, and July 11th, I will be in Los Angeles. So that's going to be good. So be in touch with the organization if you'd like to participate in those activities. Also, I do have a new book out, and I just had a great episode with Kim Iverson about it. I recorded an episode with the Ron Paul Institute Liberty Report. That will be airing tomorrow, so keep your eye out for that. I'm going to be going on another really big show on Sunday evening. You'll find out what it is afterwards. I'm sure you all will be happy. It's a channel I haven't been on in a while, actually, and I'll be going on a channel. I've been on there, I think maybe twice before, but this will be good. I'm very, very excited for Sunday evening. I'm doing another big interview about the book. The book is called Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism. So that's all very, very exciting. A lot's going on. A lot of good things are going on. And, I just checked. We had, just today, 2 new members have joined CPI in 2 different parts of the country, 2 states that we don't have members in currently. I'm not going to say where. I don't want to embarrass the person, but we have never had a member from this state before, and we've never had a member from this other state before. 2 opposite sides of the country. That certainly made me smile. So we're growing as an organization, and I'm very, very excited about it. The Center for Political Innovation is marching ahead, and I hope that you will become a member and get involved because we need an anti-imperialist movement in this country very urgently. Yep, that's us, the Center for Political Innovation, and we are doing great things. And I would love to plug you into our activities, so you can go to our website and become a member today. A lot of exciting things are being planned, especially for July and August. July and August are going to be some exciting months. Yeah, trying to figure out how exactly we're going to pull it all off. We've kind of got a little bit of a challenge ahead of us, but that's okay because we love what we do. So yeah, everybody, welcome. As I said before, the way we do, the second half of the show is I answer questions. Best way to send questions is to go to buymeacoffee.com/Caleb Maupin. You can also do Rumble rants. You can also, super chat me now that we're monetized again. So, that's all good. But listen, folks, so, a couple things I just want to get out of the way here, as we're going. I named this stream the Democrat Mean Girl Smear Machine. And tonight I am going to talk about the character assassination campaign going on against Chris Smalls and going on against Graham Plattner. But before I get to that, I want to just say Jimmy Dore is a great friend of the Center for Political Innovation. And he recorded an episode with Tucker Carlson, a 2-hour podcast with Tucker Carlson. It's great stuff. Absolutely great. If you get a chance to watch Jimmy Dore's conversation with Tucker Carlson, I would really recommend it. So just keep that in mind. And I think I may show some clips from that interview, not tonight, but in the future on this channel, because it's important, a lot of what was said. I really look up to Jimmy Dore, and he's a good guy. He's a very good guy. So I'm going to talk tonight about the character assassination campaign going on against Graham Plattner, who is a Bernie Sanders-ish Democrat who's running for office in Maine, in the U.S. state of Maine, and the character assassination campaign that's going on against Chris Smalls, who is the founder of the Amazon labor union. And he's recently become a Palestine solidarity activist, and Jacobin magazine attacked him recently. And I want to say a couple things before I get into that, which is, first of all, I did name this stream the Democrat Mean Girl Smear Machine. And I almost kind of regret giving the stream tonight that name, because this is not a drama channel. This is not a drama channel. And it shouldn't be. And honestly, it was really BreadTube attacking us that made this channel blow up. And we've kept going, and we've continued to grow ever since then. I think we're at about 41,000 subscribers and all of that. But I feel like the moments where I've gotten down to BreadTube's level and tried to do in response to them what they've done to me have been our weakest moments as a channel and as a community. And I did just release a video. There was on a couple nights ago, I did a stream about how BreadTube is over. And on that stream, I gave kind of a side, rant about ContraPoints. And I cut that as a video. And now I've got this stream called the Democrat Mean Girl Smear Machine. And I kind of regret it. And I really feel a need that this channel needs to pivot out of that direction. We don't want to fall into that rut again. This is not a drama channel. I'm not on here to make fun of people. I'm not on here to talk about fights between personalities. I'm on here to teach an ideology. I'm on here to build an optimistic movement of innovationism, an optimistic movement to rescue our country from the nightmare of decaying imperialism, and to build a new America with a government of action for working families. And I don't want to fall back into that rut that has been kind of the weakness of this channel in the past. And, what we do here is so much bigger than what any of these silly drama channels do. We're building a movement. We're building a community. We blocked the No Kings parade in New York City. Our members are in Hollywood, talking. Our members met Chris Smalls at a party and talked to him a couple weeks ago. Our members out in LA. Our member Penny is on the campuses of the University of Minnesota handing out pamphlets about Kim Il-sung and about the Kim Il-sungia flower. We're running the Juche study group here once a week. We've represented America at international youth festivals. I've spoken with President Putin. I've spoken with, the president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi. I've spoken with the son of the president of Nicaragua, Lorena Ortega. And what we do here is of so much of a higher caliber that we don't want to become a drama channel. So I'm going to come at this. Why is it that there is so much character assassination coming from the Democrat Party right now against largely dissidents within their own ranks, people that are on their side or at least want to be on their side, that are not in with the club? And why does it have a particularly adolescent female character to it? That's what I'm going to talk about, but I'm not going to talk about this in a way that makes us stupider, in a way that is juvenile, in a drama channel kind of way. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk about it as an organizer. I'm going to talk about it as an organizer and why it's happening, and what we can learn from it, and what it means. And I'm not just going to complain about it. I'm certainly not going to spend a long time comparing it to my own experiences and the way I've been targeted. I'm not going to do that. I want to talk about this on a higher level. I want to take things to a higher level, because at the end of the day, what we urgently need in America right now is an organization. And one big barrier to building an organization that seeks to fight for working families, that seeks to oppose their wars, is the way the left wing of the political apparatus in this country has developed, and the way they engage in these kind of targeted smear cancel culture operations, what this is really about. And figures like Graham Plattner and figures like Chris Smalls represent the best, honestly, the best hope we have. So why are they targeting individuals this way? What can we do about it? What can we learn about it? And so that's what I want to do here. Now, I do have to point out that whenever you talk about men and women, you're making huge generalizations, right? Other than certain things like, body parts, and other than that, there is a wide spectrum. You can't say men act this way, because there are men who act different ways. You can't say women act this way, because there are women who act completely differently. And for everything that you say, well, women do this, you can find a woman who doesn't do that. And for everything that you can say men do this, you can find a man who doesn't do that. And you can't completely generalize. And a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today is just kind of trends that I've observed as somebody who is an organizer. And I'm going to be coming at how do we deal with this? I mean, what's really going on here? And how do we deal with this as we struggle to build the kind of organization that we need to rescue our country from the nightmare of imperialism? Now, first of all, I have been quoted many times, and I stand by it. In many speeches I have given, I have said women are better than men. And in some ways, especially in terms of building an organization, women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men. Women think in a more organizational and relationship-oriented way than men do. And it's a big problem. And I can tell you a couple stories, right? This is a story I'll tell you. A few years back, we had some people in our organization who were organizing in Texas, and AOC came to town. And, AOC had, become a, pro-war, send weapons to Ukraine, Democrat. AOC had supported Israel, etc. And so our members went to a DSA, kind of liberal AOC rally in Texas, and they disrupted it. And I think that was a great thing to do. And there was another group that disrupted it, a local Maoist communist group. And that's one thing that I've noticed is a trend now that's going on in most major cities in America now. You have like a teenage Maoist communist club. And I think that's very interesting, right? We've got a couple of them here in New York City. There was one out in San Francisco when I was out there. There's a couple groups in Chicago. There's a couple out in Texas. And it's funny because it used to be these people, people in their teens and 20s who got into communism. They would join one of the existing communist groups, but all those groups are falling apart. So what you tend to have is in like most areas, urban areas, you have like 5 or 6 20-year-olds who will form the local, like, dare to struggle, dare to win, fight back, Mao Zedong club or whatever. And it's usually like a little group. They have a very small website. It's like a WordPress usually. And it'll be 10 to 12 people at the most. And they'll have their little Maoist communist group that, and they tend to disrupt other leftist groups. That's kind of what they do, is they'll disrupt the mainstream of the left, which is admirable. I think the mainstream of the left does deserve to be called out. And then they tend to be a little bit chronically online and a little bit LARPy, and that's another thing we'll talk about. But it's just a trend, and it's just something I've noticed. And it's kind of like the way politics in America has developed. The left has lost their minds, but leftism has become much more mainstream. As the left has lost its anti-imperialism and all of that, you do have renegades. And one layer of renegades is you have these various, in most major cities, you have these little pockets, these little clubs that form, these little cells of teenage Maoists that form. And it's interesting, it's amusing. And they don't really have a sustainable organizational model, right? They do it for 5 or 6 years and they make new friends and do something else. They all hate each other too, right? They're all involved in internet drama and they all hate each other. And there's like a million of these little groups, and they don't call themselves parties usually. Sometimes they do, but they won't say. They have little tiny teenage Maoist clubs. And it's just part of the way politics is developing. And in a way, it's a good sign. And that what kind of defines these groups is they don't like DSA. They don't like mainstream woke stuff. And they are attracted to some degree to Mao. At least they tend to hate modern China, but they at least, like the Chinese Revolution. They like Stalin. They're trying to build some kind of revolutionary alternative to the mainstream of woke leftism. They're interesting. Let me put it that way. And they're just one current. So anyway, our members were in Texas and AOC gave a speech, and one of our members disrupted AOC's speech. And there was the local teenage Maoist club also disrupted AOC's speech with similar complaints, right? About her being pro-Israel, about her being, sending weapons to Ukraine, about her, they had a similar thing. So after our member disrupted AOC and after their members disrupted AOC, afterwards, one of the young women from the local teenage Maoist club came over and introduced ourselves to one of our organizers and gave her, information and said, "Oh, I really want to meet with you guys. That was so cool what you did disrupting AOC." And our members thought, well, hey, maybe we can work with this group. And I said, well, I hope so. That would be nice, but I don't count on it. And I said, because that woman who walked over, she saw that they disrupted AOC with the exact same message. She saw that, our members were organized enough to do something, to go to an event, to disrupt something. And so the woman in the organization, was organizationally and socially minded to think we can work with these people. However, I said the reason that, and that's why she walked over. They traded information. She was very friendly. Unfortunately, though, I said, what's going to happen, Noah, is she's going to go back to her boyfriend, who's the leader of the group. And she's going to say, oh, I just made friends with these people that are in CPI. And he's going to go, CPI? Well, they're blah, 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 and he's going to have a whole bunch of chronically online. Well, they like the wrong government and they're cringe and and when it really gets down to it, she is more organizationally minded. She's thinking, I'm trying to organize left-wing opposition to the Democratic Party. These people are doing the same thing. I'd like to work with them. And she has the right instincts. But her boyfriend is caught up in, he's LARPing. He's LARPing. He's playing. He thinks he's the one true revolutionary. He's caught up in reading history books. He wants to look at himself in the mirror and say, I'm just like Che Guevara. And so he's doing something different. And it's tragic. And that woman is right. And if you are organizing long enough, if you're going to keep organizing, you're going to think like that woman. You're going to think, who can I work with? Who is doing similar things to me? Who can I work with? But if you're a chronically online teenage boy LARPing who wants to be the next Lenin or the next Stalin or the next, Mao, and you want to look at yourself in the mirror and say, oh, I'm so badass, you don't think that way now, do you? And, and it's unfortunate. And of course, what I said was exactly right. That, that woman went back to her boyfriend or male friend who was leader of the group and said, "Oh, look, CPI." And he said, blah, 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 and that's the problem. Women have better organizational instincts than men do. And if you're building an organization, women are much more helpful and essential in carrying out operations and keeping the organizations functional than men are. And that's just a reality, that a lot of young men get into communism as kind of a niche interest, as kind of a chronically online bookish thing, as also part of a masculine fantasy. They want revenge on their dad because they want to show their dad they're a real man, or they just want to feel like they're really cool, and the communists all had guns and they were real strong men, Che Guevara, and they're doing some stuff. Whereas women get involved in activism because they want to be part of a community, and they genuinely care about the issue and they want to change society. And women have much better intentions when they organize, especially younger women. I mean, I think guys grow up. I certainly have grown up a lot, and that guys get better about this as they get older. If they stay politically active as they get older, their intentions become much more pure, and they get it much more. But unfortunately, a lot of the young men who get into activism of any kind when they are quite young, they don't have the best intentions, and they don't have good organizational instincts, and they don't stick around. And they tend to either get better organizational instincts and learn and stick around, or they just they get over it, right? And that's the whole communism as a college phase thing, right? They tend to move on. And women are much better in terms of organization than men are. There is no question about that, right? There may be more men that are interested in anti-imperialist ideas than there are women, but a much lower percentage of those men are even able to bring themselves to have the patience and the energy and the emotional resilience to take on being in an organization. A lot of the men, while they might fantasize that they want to be a leader of a movement or something like that, they can't get over the hurdle of working with other people, of having people disappoint you, of dealing with the many, many frustrations that come with being involved in political activism. And so they just move on. And so that has to be pointed out. And that I think needs to be the basis for this conversation. I am going to criticize certain aspects of women in politics tonight. I am. But all of that has to come in the context of me saying women are so much better organizationally. Women are much more useful to building a real movement than men are. They just are. And that's not a pleasant thing to hear. And I'm criticizing myself here. All the things I'm criticizing men for are all things I've had to wrangle with in myself. And if I'm hurting your feelings as a man watching this, I apologize, right? I'm saying everything I'm saying because I'm about to do the opposite. I'm about to present the frustrations of a lot of young men who get political, especially now. And so in order to do that, we have to give the proper context that women are better organizers than men. Women are more organizationally minded than men. A lot of men can't be activists. They just don't have that men are more tending to be loners than women are. Men are more bookish and know-it-all-ish than women are. Men often, don't have the emotional courage and stamina to take on being in an organization. And so that is the context with which we have to talk about this. Yes, the way that Chris Smalls is being targeted right now, and the way Graham Platinum, Graham Platinum, is that his name? I'm even saying his name wrong. With the way Graham Plattner is being targeted right now is it has a particularly female character to it, and we're going to talk about that. But I just want to give proper context there because I don't want this to come across as a rant against politically active women or strong women or women that are organizing. That's not what I'm doing. And again, I don't want this to be a drama channel. I don't want this to be just me getting on here and complaining. I want to actually take this apart. What's going on? So the thing is that women are more organizationally minded than men are. Women are more socialized than men are. Women pay attention to other people more than men do, right? And this is a fact. And this is why women do better in college than men do, because college is about pleasing the professor. And that is just a fact. I hated college. My whole life, everyone said, Caleb, you're going to love college. You're a college guy. Oh, you're always talking about facts and history. When you get to college, you're going to love it. I hated college. I absolutely hated it. It was awful. It was awful. No one wanted to learn anything. No one wanted to think about anything. College was a very, very, very expensive waste of my time. Because it used to be during the Cold War, people went to college to think. Most of society in America said, love it or leave it. This is the greatest country in the world. If you got a problem, you should move to another country. And college was where you had the Noam Chomskys and the dissidents. And college was where you explored the other side of the story. Maybe America isn't always right about everything, but not anymore. Now it's your average Americans. The guy who works behind the counter at the gas station is more likely to listen to Tucker Carlson than anyone who ever goes to college, right? And in college, you learn that you better not listen to Tucker Carlson. If you give a hint that you're the kind of person who would listen to Jimmy Dore or Tucker Carlson, why, you'll never become a tenured professor. You'll never get a job at the Gays for Human Rights NGO on headquartered in San Francisco, and that you learn that, college is where people get vetted for these jobs in the professional managerial class, these NGO jobs, these kind of liberal jobs in, high-ranking corporations, jobs, college is where you get vetted for more high-level positions in U.S. society. And they have to make sure you're not a dissident and that you are thoroughly obedient and not going to be a dissident. And so to get A's in college, you have to demonstrate, I will not think for myself. Because if you think for yourself and you work behind the counter at the gas station, that's okay. But if you think for yourself and you're on the board of a corporation, that's a big problem. If you think for yourself and you're a professor, or if you think for yourself and you're at a prominent law firm, that's very dangerous. And college is where you learn that Tucker Carlson spreads Russian conspiracy theories and is spreading propaganda, and I will never listen to him, and anyone who does is a morally bad person. That's what college trains you to do. It is the exact opposite of what it was during the Cold War years. And women do better in that environment. They just do, because women are more tuned in to what other people want. And college is about pleasing the professor. And women are better at finding out what the professor wants and giving it to him. Now, that's not universal. In math, it's not so much the case. In math, your professor can hate your guts, but 2 + 2 still equals 4. However, in the humanities, in philosophy, in the humanities, generally, it's about pleasing your professor. And if your professor, is not pleased by you, and you don't learn to please the professor and give the professor back what they want, demonstrate to the professor that you absorbed their knowledge and you followed their teaching, your grades are not as good. Now, plenty of guys get good grades in college, but women, on average, tend to do better in college because they're better tuned in to what the professor wants, right? They're more tuned in to what other people want. Women are more organizationally minded. Again, they're more tuned into what other people want, other people's needs. They're less selfish than men. And they're better at pleasing the professor than men are, right? And that's something that is a big shift. It used to be women didn't go to college as much as men do. Now women not only go to college more than men do, they do way better in college than men do. And that's a change. And women are victimized differently than men are. And this is important to talk about too. Are men victims? Absolutely. Right. Our prisons are full of men. Men die in wars, in ways that women certainly don't. Right. So men are victimized. No question about it. Men suffer. I'm not saying men don't suffer, and please don't misunderstand me. I'm definitely not on here saying, oh, men are all oppressed. I'm not one of those. I'm definitely not saying that. Men suffer. And the rates of depression among men are very high. The rates of, incarceration, men get into fights. In a lot of ways, men have it rough. There's another way that the world is unfair to men, which is this, right? as a society, and this just is what it is. And thank you for taking this, what I'm saying here, Briggy. I'm not moralizing this. I'm not saying anything should be done about this. It's just a fact, right? Men suffer at the hands of other men. Exactly. And this is just a fact, right? Is that there's kind of a double standard. For example, it used to be that men got paid way more than women, and they still kind of do, right? However, if a man is working and his wife is not, everyone's fine with that. Everyone's fine with that, right? Men and women are supposed to make the same amount of money. They don't. Men still make slightly more, but it's not what it once was. And that's good, right? People should have equal opportunity, except if a man is working and his wife isn't. Everyone's like, okay, fine, right? That's normal, right? Maybe she'll get a job, maybe she won't. It's kind of more respected. Women who work are more respected for working, but if a mother is a stay-at-home mom, maybe there's a little bit of feminist judgment. Or if a wife or a girlfriend is just between jobs, generally there's not anything on it. However, with the woman working and the man working, whoo, that is shameful. That is, oh my God, right? All the woman, if a woman's husband is unemployed and she's working, her family is going to say, divorce him, leave him. He's a loser. He's mooching off you. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's mooching. Leave that loser, right? And all the woman's friends are going to say, you are in an abusive, unhealthy relationship. That guy's taking advantage of you. He's a loser. He's a screw up. That's not fair. Right? If we're going to have the expectation that men must work, then men should get paid more than women. And if we're going to not have that expectation, right, and then we should be fine with women working and supporting their husbands sometimes, but we're not. And that's an example of a way that the world is unfair to men. Maybe that doesn't fit the woke feminist script, but it's true. And it's based on traditional gender roles, somewhat still being intact. But it's just a fact, right? That for a man to be supported by his girlfriend or wife is considered a huge, huge sign that he is a failure. He's a screw up. He's a bad person. And for a woman to be supported by her husband or girlfriend or boyfriend is totally fine. And yet we expect men and women to be paid the same. Well, it seems like we have arranged our expectations in a way that we expect more from men than we do from women, but yet we want people to be compensated in the same way. It doesn't match. It doesn't match. And there are other things like this, right? Many people have talked about how divorce proceedings, men often don't get to see their children. And the courts generally, we just have this attitude that women are better at taking care of kids than men are. And there's a lot of men out there that have lost their ability to raise their child in a divorce just because of the fact that they're men. So I'm not here to say men always have it better than women or anything like that. That is not what I'm saying tonight. So please don't get me wrong. But men are victimized, but women are victimized differently than men are. For example, are there women who beat their husbands? Yeah, but it's rare. You know what I mean? Domestic violence pretty overwhelmingly tends to be men beating up women. Sexual assault. Do men get sexually assaulted in prison? In prison, men get sexually assaulted. When they're young boys, they might get molested by an older man. But generally, sexual assault is a female experience, right? It is something that women experience that men do experience, and even when men experience it, it's not the same, right? Women experience sexual assault at the hands of men, and men experience sexual assault at the hands of men sometimes, rarely. And I mean, it happens, and but that's generally how things work. Being sexually assaulted as a woman is something no man can relate to. It's just something I can't, as a man, even imagine. I just don't know what it would ever be like. Must be an awful experience, but I can only know that from having heard a woman say it. I have absolutely no idea what it's like to be a woman and have a man touch you inappropriately. I have no idea what that's like because I'm a man, you know, and even if I were to experience it, it wouldn't be the same thing for me. And sexual assault is a traumatic, awful thing from what I understand. And it's something that men just are not able to relate to. Even male victims of sexual assault, it's not the same thing. It's different. It's a different experience. I'm not saying it's better. I'm not trying to belittle what's happened to men out there that have been molested as children or raped, or that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's a different experience. It's not the same thing. You know, and the same for domestic violence, right? Are there cases where women beat up their husbands? Yes. But is it the same thing? No. Right. And that you know, the trauma and the fear that is associated with things like domestic violence, things like being robbed, things like you know, sexual assault is something that men really can't relate to. And it's just part of the world. And it is a form of trauma that that is unique to the female experience. And so you have to put all of this into the context of, so how do we understand basically with what's his name, with Chris Smalls. The allegation against Chris Smalls is that he is a, quote, narcissist. He is a powerful man. He is a narcissist. He's ego driven. He is selfish. And based on that, we're supposed to hate him. And everyone is pointing out this is completely unfair because maybe he is selfish. Maybe he is ego driven, but he was beaten up by the Israeli Defense Forces trying to bring aid to Gaza. He did unionize his workplace at Amazon. He has engaged in a huge amount of very admirable activism. And yes, social media blew him up, but social media blows up all kinds of people, right? Social media, you know, it blows up all kinds of people. And they're saying he doesn't deserve to be blown up in the way he's blown up. Does Hassan Piker deserve to be blown up the way he's blown up? All he did was have an uncle named Cenk Uygur. Does Vosh deserve to be blown up the way he's blown up? No, all he did is become be a rich kid in Los Angeles who insults people and plays computer games. I mean, I can think of loads and loads of people on social media who absolutely do not deserve the attention they've gotten. And whatever you want to say about Chris Smalls, he deserves it way more than any of those other people. And that these people are made famous by this apparatus. Look, I'll show you the picture of me and AOC. I met AOC before she was AOC, right? When she was, she was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She was running, and she was nobody. No one had ever heard of her. She was just another face. And then as it got closer to her winning the primary, and when she did win the primary in the Bronx, all of a sudden, AOC was, this big deal. AOC was nobody. She did absolutely nothing to deserve to be AOC. The CIA, DSA, Democrats had a beauty contest, and they made her what she is. And she worked for Teddy Kennedy before that. She's completely a deep state creation, if there ever was one, right? AOC is completely manufactured. What has AOC done to deserve to be who she is? But she's a superstar celebrity. The people who run Jacobin, the DSA, liberals, the Silicon Valley fascists decided that she was pretty enough and that she was controllable enough, and they made her AOC. Can you name one protest that AOC has ever organized? I can't. Can you name one union campaign that AOC has ever organized? I can't. AOC became famous for being AOC. They picked her, they made her famous, and she follows their rules. And that's why she's not really anti-Israel. And that's why she, doesn't support the people of Iran. That's why she went to Europe and lobbied to send more weapons to Ukraine. They made her. She has done nothing to earn it other than be a good little kid who got A's in college. Iron Dome Ocasio-Cortez has not done anything to earn it. And so many of these people that become big leftists, big people, have done nothing to earn it. And you know, for all that you want to say about Chris Smalls, he has. I mean, he did organize a union at his workplace. And then he did go from there to become a Palestine solidarity activist. He'd done more to earn it than any of those people. The reason that they lashed out at him is that after they made him famous, he stopped following their rules. And this is what's so important about it. And this is why you can take all the other character assassination, even if they were all true. I don't think they're all true. I think they're taken out of context and all, but it doesn't matter. Even if that was all true, he still deserves it way more than AOC does. He still deserves it way more than Hassan Piker does. He has far more credibility than any of them because he actually unionized his workplace and he actually tried to deliver aid to Gaza and he actually got arrested by the IDF. So in a way, he's way, way ahead of all of them. They have absolutely no right to pull this. Who does he think he is? What has he ever done? He's done way more than that. And after being made internet famous by them and being blown up by them, by the same people who brought you AOC, by the same people who brought you ContraPoints and Hassan Piker, by the same, cynical CIA manipulators that have brought us, Noam Chomsky and Michael Moore, he stayed true to his principles and he used his platform in a way that didn't follow their rules. And so now he's a narcissist. He's self-centered. He's selfish. How dare he? Oh, he only cares about himself. Well, that you have to recognize that for what that is. And this is a big problem all over left-wing circles. Left-wing politics has a big problem with deflated narcissists, deflated narcissism, right? Everyone thinks they know about narcissism. Narcissism is somebody that you don't like, who has a strong personality and is famous, and you hate them. That's not really what narcissism is. A narcissism is a kind of selfishness. It is a being untuned in to what other people think. It is being unconcerned about other people's needs and wants, and being selfish in a way that harms other people. That's what narcissism is. And the overwhelming majority of narcissists are deflated narcissists, meaning that they are selfish, meaning that they don't think about other people, but instead of forcing themselves onto other people, which is the kind of narcissist that one might notice more, it's what they call deflated narcissism, where they walk around in this state of self-pity and bitterness. The world's been unfair to me. Well, I'm mad about it and screw everybody else. I'm the best person ever. I'm the smartest person ever. And nobody recognizes it. That's most narcissists. They only think about themselves. They don't care about other people, but they also have a huge victim complex. The world doesn't recognize their greatness. And they're just going to walk around and be bitter about it. And one thing that all narcissists do, and deflated narcissists do more than anybody, is narcissists always label anyone that they feel is a competitor to them or they feel is getting in their way as a narcissist. Now, they're always a narcissist because, they're the only person who has a right to exist. And if somebody else is getting attention, then they're not getting that attention. So that person must be so entitled to attention. They must be a narcissist, right? If somebody else, gets attention or gets, advances in a way that they are not advancing, well, then that person must be a narcissist. Anyone else asserting their needs or accomplishing anything is somehow taking away from the narcissist. So why would the person do that? It couldn't possibly be that they deserve it. Couldn't possibly be that they're trying to accomplish something. They must be a narcissist. Narcissists think everyone else is a narcissist. Everyone else existing is a sign that they're a narcissist, because clearly the whole world should just revolve around the narcissist, right? And deflated narcissists are like that, right? They're bitter. They feel that their intelligence or their ability or their charm or whatever, that their strengths are not recognized by the world. They feel that they're way better than the people that are getting recognized. And deflated narcissists are bitter, resentful people. And I got to tell you, leftist politics attracts deflated narcissists. And It does because of the, the rebellion, because of the rise up and overthrow. The world is unfair is very much a part of the leftist message. Leftist politics, a lot of people that are deflated narcissists are attracted to leftist politics because it matches their worldview. The world is unfair. The people who have the most don't deserve it. All of that's true, but not necessarily in an interpersonal way. It's true on a grand scale, right? The people who own the world didn't come by it fairly. That was a mass theft called primitive accumulation, right? And that, the clearing of the commons in Europe, and then the seizing of the Americas, the killing of the Native Americans, the transcontinental slave trade. The people that are at the top of the world right now acquired it through a huge amount of theft and murder. That's all true, right? But that doesn't mean that, the person who lives 2 doors down from you, who makes 10% more than you at their job, is an asshole and only got it because they're an asshole and they're a narcissist. It just means they're in different life circumstances than you. And there's that whole thing about, I think there was a meme I saw, like there's other people's lives and then there's what you know about it, right? And that one thing that a lot of people do that get into this mindset is they look at other people and they say, well, this person, their life is so much better than mine, and they don't know anything, right? For all they know, that person could have a chronic disease. That person could suffer from mental health issues. That person could have, experienced all, you don't know. But one thing that people that get into this kind of deflated, defeated, narcissistic mindset do is they sit there, this person, their life is perfect. They have the best life and it's so unfair. And you don't know that. You don't know that, right? On a grand scale, yes, it is true that the people that sit at the top of the world and are determined to keep themselves at the top of the world indefinitely didn't get there through hard work and sacrifice. They definitely, in the setup that they're rigging the world in order to keep themselves at the top indefinitely and stop growth. And yeah, it's true on a macro scale, but it's not true with the people that I've often pointed out that wokeism and anti-Semitism are very similar, right? Classical anti-Semitism. I'm not talking about, there is a new anti-Semitism that's rising. People that think, they talk about, call it the JQ or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. And I'm not just talking about hatred of Jews. I'm talking about classical anti-Semitism from Europe, from like the 1800s. Like when the word anti-Semite was invented in Europe, there were groups of people who thought the problem in Europe was a biological Jew. They were into the racial eugenics or whatever, and they argued that there was, the Jews were the problem, and it was based on biology or racial pseudoscience. Those are the classic anti-Semites. And that, they used to talk about, I think it was August Babel. It was somebody, I've seen this quote attributed to various people. They said anti-Semitism is socialism for fools. It's socialism for fools. And it's basically all the stereotypes associated with Jews are stereotypes associated with the middle class, right? And the middle class are people who had it slightly better than the industrial working class. At this time in the 1800s, early 1900s, the bulk of society were industrial workers who sold their labor power in a factory. But in every working class neighborhood, you had a doctor or a lawyer or a realtor or a small shopkeeper. And that this person in their neighborhood, who was part of the petty bourgeoisie, had it slightly better than them. Maybe he got 10% more, maybe 50% more than them, but he's still not part of the ruling class. And Jewish people, historically, because of a lot of things, tended to be more middle class in Europe than Christians were. There were plenty of Christian people in the middle class, and there was a fair amount of Jewish industrial workers too. But the stereotypes associated with Jews were stereotypes of middle class people, right? For example, middle class people, they have their own business, they have their own practice as a lawyer. They tend to be tighter with their money. Why? Because they're not guaranteed a check every 2 weeks, right? A wage worker, I'm getting paid every week. I'm getting paid every 2 weeks. Well, if you own your own business, not so. And what excess money you have to reinvest it into your business. And so even though a middle-class person might have more money than a wage worker, they're going to be a lot tighter with it. And they're going to be a lot more careful how they spend it. And they're going to be constantly thinking about how they can take the money that they have and invest it in ways to get more money. They have to be much more conscious of their money than a wage worker does. The lifestyle of a middle-class person means they have to be much more money-minded and careful with their money and strategic with their money and thinking about how to manage their money than a working-class person does, right? And that's the stereotype about a Jew. Jews are obsessed with money. They're cheap. You know, we've all heard that. Another thing, people in the middle class tend to be more socially liberal, right? Historically, people in the middle class tended to be more tolerant of things like homosexuality. People in the middle class tended to be more tolerant of I don't know, you know what I'm talking about. Well, social liberalism, right? Not as conforming to the standards of society. Well, people in the working class tend to be more socially conservative. In addition to that, people in the middle class have more time to read books and explore different ideas, right? And Marxism, communism was something that a lot more Jewish people engaged in. A lot more middle class people had time to think about socialism or whatever. And so all the stereotypes of Jews are stereotypes that you associate with the middle class. And anti-Semitism, classical anti-Semitism, was stoking the resentment of the wage worker, not against the system, not against the ruling elite, but against the middle class person he can see, against the person in his own life who has it slightly better than him and thinks a little bit differently because his relationship to the means of production is a little bit differently, right? And that many people, it's been widely pointed out that in the Pacific, the stereotypes about ethnically Chinese people are very similar, right? Because the ethnically Chinese communities in Malaysia and in Indonesia and in places like that, they occupy a similar position as being very middle class. And that, in Malaysia, for example, there are even, Muslim imams who claim that ethnically Chinese people are Jews, are the lost tribe of Israel, right? And that they think, that if you can understand like classical anti-Semitism as a weaponization of working class resentment against the middle class, you can understand it, right? That's how classical, industrial European anti-Semitism was. And the biggest problem with anti-Semitism is it offers no solutions. It's just resentment. That's all it is. It's just, I guess there's the final solution, right? Hitler kills all the Jews. But other than that, there's no critique of society. There's no plan to change the economy. It's just this other group has it slightly better than you. This other group thinks differently than you, has different values than you are. Aren't you really mad at them? Don't they piss you off? Don't you want to punish them? Don't you want to take revenge against them? That's classical anti-Semitism. And I've said many times that wokeism is a lot like that. Now, wokeism is, for example, right? Do men in some cases have it better off than women? Sure. Now, are the men in your neighborhood running the world? Are they the ruling class we need to rise up against? No, right? Do white people in America have it better off than black and brown people in America do? Absolutely. But are the white workers in Appalachia or the white workers in Texas or Alabama, are they the people we should be mad at? Are they the people running the country? No, right? And wokeism doesn't offer a solution, right? There's no plan to actually improve things. It's just somebody has 10%, 50% more than you. That's unfair. Be really mad at them. Demand that they recognize it somehow and apologize for it. Well, that's not a systemic critique, right? But deflated narcissism, though, loves that kind of thing. The deflated narcissist, right? It very much, that's what they're thinking about all the time, right? And it can come in the form of anti-Semitism. It can come in the form of wokeism. It can come in the form of conservatism, right? There's a lot of conservative people that sit around, if only I were black, and if only I, and you can argue with them that that's not statistically true, but they don't want to hear it. You can find there's a lot of different political movements that can be used to justify deflated narcissists' feelings, right? There's nothing particularly special about leftism per se, but the fact that leftism very much, especially in America, leftism very much focuses on unfair outcomes, and because the right wing in America has kind of cornered the market on entrepreneurialism and the American way and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, left-wing politics in America, there is a layer of deflated narcissists that is a big reality of people that they feel the world has been unfair to them. They feel there are various people, who have it better than them, and they're not thinking about how to fix things. They're thinking about getting their anger out at people who have it better than them. Now, one thing that must be pointed out is that while women are more organizationally minded and better organizers and better activists than men are, men have a lot more confidence in terms of public speaking. There are obviously exceptions to that, but the amount of men that are comfortable in getting in front of an audience and giving a speech versus the amount of women that are comfortable doing that, there's a big difference. There's a big gap. A lot of women don't have the same level of confidence that men do. And there's a lot of women that wish they did. They want to get up in front of an audience and speak. They want to, be confident enough to have a debate with somebody and win it. And they don't feel that level of confidence, right? And that is a reality. And that has a lot to do with the way men and women are socialized differently. Men, I think Jyoti Brar, the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist, she spoke at a CPI conference years ago. And she said with men, they fake it till they make it, right? They just make it up as they go along. And a lot of times they're speaking bullshit. They don't know what they're talking about, but they just get up there and do it. Whereas on the other hand, women are almost afraid to get up there and say the wrong thing. And so it's very hard for them. Whereas men, a lot of times they'll get up and they'll just talk right out of their ass. That's a good way. That's true, right? There are plenty of women who can get up and give a very good speech very confidently. And on top of that, there are plenty of men who don't talk out of their ass. However, there is a layer overall, women don't have as much confidence in public speaking as men do. So when I see a lot of these women who get really, really mad at Chris Smalls or at Graham Plattner, part of that is jealousy. Part of that is, I wish I could get up in front of an audience and give a speech like that. I wish I had the confidence to speak that way. I wish I had the ability to put myself forward the way he does. And I want to take him down. I think that that's unfair. I wish I had that level of confidence. And I have seen this so much of women that they don't have confidence in themselves. They don't feel that they are good enough. They feel inadequate in their own mind. They don't feel like they've read enough books. They don't feel like they're good enough at speaking. They don't feel confident enough in front of a group. So their response is to just seethe. Oh, I'm going to take down these men who get up there and have, and I have seen that. And also there's men who do this too. There's men who do this to other men, and there are women who do this to other women. And in fact, I would argue that in some cases, these women that have this kind of deflated narcissist can be harder on other women that they're jealous of than men. And that is one thing I especially as somebody who works in show business, and I the jealousy that goes on among female personalities is something that it sometimes blows my mind. I've never seen anything like it, of like women that there's some female TV star, some female celebrity, or some female influencer, and they just fixate on, I want to destroy them, I hate them. It's there's men that do this obviously to other men. There are women who do this to men. There are men who do this to women. So again, generalizations. I'm generalizing, but this is, I'm making huge generalizations here, but I'm describing something, and that resentment toward power, toward men that are confident and speaking. This idea, well, they must be narcissists. They must be sexist. They must think they're better than me. They must be, that there's a level of deflated narcissism in that. Now, Brugge says, most women feel as though they'll be labeled aggressive. True. Or masculine if they have a strong point of view backed up by facts. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Men are allowed to get angry in ways that women are not, right? And that's a good point, right? If women get angry, society responds to that very, very differently. There's so much nuance to all of this. And that's why this is such a good topic to get into. But the other thing, so I wrote my book about Kamala Harris, right? This is the book that I wrote about Kamala Harris during the 2024 election that exploded in popularity. It really made a splash. This is my book on Kamala Harris. And in the book, I pointed to certain patterns in high-ranking elected officials in America. And I started out by talking about the presidents, 4 of our presidents that we have. I talked about how Bill Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama have a very, very eerily similar family story, right? They never met their biological father. I guess Obama, I think, did eventually meet him, but they were not raised by their biological father. However, their mother remarried a stepfather. The stepfather abused their mother, and their mother eventually left the abusive stepfather that abused them as a child and the mother, and they stayed with their mother. They had the experience of being raised by their mother getting married to an abusive man, and then leaving the abusive man with their mother, right? And Bill Clinton has that experience, and Barack Obama has that experience. Now, what are the chances that 2 men from completely different parts of the world, 2 different states, 2 different ethnic backgrounds, what are the chances that 2 men like that would become presidents of the United States in the Democrat Party? Well, it says a lot about, personality, right? And that learning to push their buttons and learning to get what they want out of men in those kind of situations is important. And on top of that, Donald Trump and George W. Bush have very similar family histories. Both of them had very high achieving fathers, and both of them were the party boy son, the screw up son of a high achieving father, right? Donald Trump has talked about his dad did not expect him to succeed. His dad thought he was, it was the worst son. His dad sent him to military boarding school, and Donald Trump entered adulthood with a desperation to show that he was not the screw up, the failure that his father said he was. And that, Donald Trump, you look at, people talk about how desperate he was to get his name in the news, how he would call up, the news agencies and speak in other people's, other voices to try and get them to cover him, how he did all kinds of gimmicks to get his name in the headlines. And George W. Bush is a similar story, right? He was the screw up son of George Herbert Walker Bush, who got arrested for drunken rowdiness and had an issue with cocaine. And he did all kinds of stuff to make himself famous. He bought a baseball team, and he, eventually he got into politics, and everyone in his family thought, Barbara Bush said, I never thought George W. Bush would become president. I thought Jeb would become president. George W. Bush, no, no one thought it, but George W. Bush had something to prove. And that both of them, in having something to prove, that there are times where that weakness in their personality, that desperateness to prove something, comes across. Both of them believe in torture, right? That's one thing. Why would anyone believe in torture, right? And even if they do, right, I think the real political difference, and this is actually interesting, is one aspect of the neocon CIA versus the regular CIA. It's not that they don't believe in torture. I believe the CIA probably is willing to torture people if they think it will, in some instances, it can get them what they want. The difference is that Obama and the liberal CIA thought torture was bad PR for America. They thought it looked bad for America to be known as a torturing country. Whereas George Herbert Walker Bush and Gina Haspel and some of Trump's people think it is actually somehow good for America to be known as a torturing country. And, I don't know. I'm not a U.S. imperialist strategist. There's probably strong arguments on both sides. It depends on who you want to please, right? If you're trying to have a better relationship with Europe, which seems to have been very much the focus of the Obama administration. Obama wanted a better relationship with Europe. He went to Germany and gave a speech during his campaign. He tried to restore relations with Europe, right? Europe is going to think torture is barbaric and uncivilized. Whereas if you're trying to, dominate the third world, and you want the respect of authoritarian governments, being known as somebody who's not afraid to torture, you're tough. Maybe that is a difference. So it's maybe more of a matter of who are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to please? Right. And that, George Herbert Walker Bush very much was known for his relationship with the Saudis and with the Middle Eastern oil autocrats. He was very, very good at courting them and giving them what they want. And those governments will probably respect you more if you're known as a torturing country. Obama, on the other hand, wanted to please Europe, and Europe is not going to respect you. They're going to think you're an uncivilized, savage, brutal, So it's who you're trying to please more than anything. But you listen to some of Trump's statements, right? He very much wants to prove he's a tough guy. And the same for George W. Bush. He wanted to be known as a tough guy. He wanted people to see that he was a tough guy. Well, the fact that, that his father viewed him in a negative light, the fact that he went into adulthood trying to prove to his father that he was a real man, that has something to do with it. So I talked about that first, but then I got into Kamala Harris and how Kamala Harris's life story, kind of like how Obama and Bush's life story is similar, and Trump and Bush's life story is similar. Obama and Clinton, Trump and Bush. Kamala Harris's life story you will find all over the Democrat Party among female politicians, which is their mother was abused by their father, and the mother and the father split apart, and they grew up hating the father. And that is Kamala Harris's life story. I don't know if there was abuse, mind you, right? I don't know. I know Kamala Harris grew up hating her father. Kamala Harris thought her father was a screw up. Kamala Harris, very much hated her father, and her father very much felt that he had been misrepresented. He'd been portrayed as a deadbeat dad. He had been judged for being from Jamaica. And he had lost the ability to raise his daughters because of that. He felt that the unfair stereotypes associated with Caribbean men and with black men had been used against him, and that prevented him from having a relationship with his daughters. That comes across. If you read his writings, if you talk about the way she describes her father in her autobiography, Kamala Harris hates her dad, and she blames her dad for the hardships that her family experienced. And on top of that, Kamala Harris was raised by her mother, and her mother is a saint. Her mother is a strong, powerful woman who's a saint, right? That's very interesting. That is also the story of Amy Klobuchar. Amy Klobuchar, her father was an alcoholic who beat up her mother. Her mother left her father. She was raised by her mother. She did not speak to her father until he got sober, when she was already an adult, had been through college. What's interesting is both Amy Klobuchar and Kamala Harris, they became prosecutors who focused on imprisoning men. That's what they did. And they both moved up the ranks of the criminal prosecutor industry in the 1990s and early 2000s, when mass incarceration was exploding across America, by convincing juries to imprison men. Right? I mean, the rate of women in prison is much lower, right? Again, that's one sign that you could say that the world is less fair to men. I mean, but regardless, right? Both Kamala Harris and Amy Klobuchar were females who did courtroom prosecutions and put men in jail. And the important thing you need to remember about our legal system in America is nobody goes to trial. Nobody goes to trial. 99% of cases do not go to trial. If it goes to trial, something is way off. There is barely anybody has a jury trial in America. It just doesn't happen because it takes 2 years of your life. It's wildly expensive to hire a lawyer to represent you before the court. You're going to be missing work for, years at a time. You can't do it. I mean, it is almost impossible. And on top of that, they do everything possible to get you to avoid the trial. They will offer you the best plea deal you ever heard of. They don't want to actually have to go through the expense of putting you on trial. So if somebody is going on trial, something's off. Now, that doesn't mean they're necessarily innocent of the crime. But it is very, very, very rare for anyone to actually go to trial. So if somebody's going to trial, most likely they are innocent of the crime. There are other things that could be going on. It could be their third strike. And, in some states, if you commit 3 felonies, you get, 25 years for your third felony, for example. It could be the person's very, very wealthy, right? Harvey Weinstein went to trial because he's Harvey Weinstein, right? He can afford it. There are other reasons people go to trial. Maybe, who knows? But rarely do people go to trial. And if somebody is actually on trial, the chances are they are most likely innocent of the crime. Not always, though, right? I mean, there are exceptions. But if I'm ever on a jury, I think it will be very, 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 very hard to convince me to convict anyone, because I'll be sitting there saying, I know enough about the legal system to know they're on trial for a reason. And unless the person comes across as very, very wealthy, or I'm going to sit there and I'm going to be thinking, okay, the chances are this person's innocent, because why would they go to trial? However, Kamala Harris and Amy Klobuchar, both as courtroom prosecutors, what did they do? They convinced juries to imprison people that were on trial. They were courtroom prosecutors. How did they do it? Now, we don't know very much about Kamala Harris's courtroom proceedings. We do know more about Amy Klobuchar. Amy Klobuchar learned a trick, and that it's funny, if you Google this, you can still find the stuff, but they've done a lot to suppress it. Amy Klobuchar learned a trick for getting juries to convict and imprison Black men. She learned a really nasty lawyer trick called gang experts. And what she did is she would bring in expert witnesses to testify before the jury. So some African-American man, usually a low-income African-American man, is on trial for some crime. And for some reason, he's decided to go to trial, which means there's a good chance they grabbed the wrong guy, he didn't do it, or maybe it's his third strike, or we don't know. But why would he go to trial? It's one of those rare cases where there is an African-American man who's on trial for some crime, and he actually chose to go to trial, which nobody does. And he's in the courtroom, and Amy Klobuchar would be trying the case, but she's got to convince the jury to convict the guy. All right, she's got to convince them. That's her job, is to convince the jury. So she figured out this very nasty, nasty trick, which is that you hire a gang expert to get on the stand. The gang expert knows absolutely nothing about the defendant, knows absolutely nothing about the crime. He just gets up there and scares the bejesus out of the jury, about the fact, about all the evil things that gangs do. And gangs are nasty. I mean, let's not pretend the Crips and the Bloods are nice people. They're not romantic Robin Hoods. They're not nice people. MS-13, these are nasty, nasty groups of people, okay? And their victims are largely the communities they come from, too. So I'm not being racist by pointing that out. People that have lived in neighborhoods where those organizations operate are the ones that are the victims of them, and they will tell you, yes, those are nasty motherfuckers, right? MS-13 and the Crips and the Bloods and groups like that, not nice people. And they do really, really awful things. They torture people. They hold women as sex slaves. They execute people in front of their families. They do really, really, really nasty shit. So some African-American man is on trial for some crime that most likely he didn't commit, because why would he go to trial? And he's sitting there, and they would allow Amy Klobuchar to bring her favorite gang expert on the stand. And he would get up there and he would tell the jury about, the gang cutting someone's head off, and the gang, doing this and that, and kidnapping girls as sex slaves, doing all these awful, 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 awful things, right? And the jury is sitting there, and it's not stated, but what she's saying is, if you acquit this guy, he'll get out and do that again. He'll go do that. That's what you're going to allow. You'll be allowing him to go do that, right? And if you get a group of jurors to sit there and listen to hours and hours of gang horror stories, even though it has nothing to do with the case, it has nothing to do with the guy who's on trial. The gang expert knows nothing about him, right? And if you just scare the hell out of juries tend to be older folks. Older folks have jury duty more often. White people are disproportionately on juries. You tell a disproportionately white and older jury, you sit them down and you have a gang expert talk at them for 3 or 4 hours about all the evil horror stories of what gangs do. they're going to see this African-American man who's on trial, and maybe the evidence isn't convincing they did it. They're going to convict him. They're going to throw him in jail because they don't want that to happen. They think, oh, wow, if we let him go, he's going to do all those things. That is a nasty, nasty, evil, evil thing. But criminal prosecutors in America tend to be evil people, okay? There's really no way around it, right? They're bad, bad folks, right? They are people who have made it their mission in life to hurt other people, and they're people that have no moral qualms. And I, as somebody who did police brutality, solidarity work in Cleveland, I saw up close. I mean, I saw there was a case where there was a police brutality case where, there was a case about police brutality, and, this African-American family was, dealing with a police brutality case, and their white neighbor, an older lady, who was like in her 70s, testified in support of the family. Older lady in her 70s testified and said, yeah, I looked out my window. They weren't assaulting the police or whatever. So as she's walking out of the courtroom, the police jump on her and slam this old white woman against the wall and handcuff her. And she's crying, and she's like, what's happening? And they say, well, we have a warrant for the arrest of somebody with your name. And so the defense lawyer looks at the warrant. It's for somebody who's 19 years old, right? And they just jumped on this elderly woman. It was clearly not her. She wasn't 19. She had a very common name like Smith or something like that. And just to be evil, right? And because they were mad that she testified for the defense, they slammed this 70-year-old woman against a wall and put her in handcuffs and all of this. And then, and then she's like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, we have a warrant for Barbara Smith or whatever, and they're going to arrest her. Right. And then the defense attorney says, show me the warrant. And it's for somebody who was 19 years old. They said, that's not her. And they're like, okay, fine. And they unarrested her. Right. And so this elderly woman was jumped on by the police, right? Was jumped like this. And the prosecutor, the criminal prosecutor, is standing there laughing. And she's this woman prosecutor. And I saw her just laughing. She thought the whole thing was hilarious, right? Because she arranged it, because she's an evil person. These are evil people. Kamala Harris is an evil person, folks. I don't want to get hyperbolic on here. Amy Klobuchar, Kamala Harris, these are evil people. This is evil, right? This is the face of evil, okay? Right? It takes a very, very evil person to do the kind of things that they did, right? Most people wouldn't be able to do it. People want to feel that they are doing the right thing. It's actually very interesting. People don't like to lie. One way that you can tell someone is lying is they give themselves an out, right? And this is kind of fascinating to me. But it's really common that if people have to lie, they give themselves an out, right? And why do they give themselves an out? They give themselves an out because they don't want to know that they lied, right? And you see this in many cases, right? When they've documented people lying or committing perjury, they say something and then they follow up, well, maybe that's what happened. I'm not sure. Why are they doing that, right? If you're lying, just lie, right? If you're lying, just lie. But when people get up and lie, they give themselves an out because in their minds, they want to not think of themselves as a liar. That's called ego. That's called healthy narcissism, mind you. Narcissism, there's a healthy level of narcissism, right? And a healthy narcissist, if they're committing perjury, right? Most people have enough of what they call healthy narcissism that when they commit perjury, they don't want to lie. So they say, did the guy steal the money? Yes, he stole. I mean, I think he did. That's what I saw. I perceive him as doing that. Then that's how you know they're lying. And it's very interesting, right? You'd think if you're just going to lie, you just lie, right? Just say he stole the money when he didn't steal the money. But people don't want to think of themselves as bad. They want to go to sleep at night and say, I did the right thing. And that's that whole thing in Mein Kampf about the big lie. Why people believe a big lie is because people lie every day, right? They call little white lies, but people are not comfortable telling big lies. So if you lie big, people will believe you, right? I mean, if you repeat a lie loud enough and long enough, people will believe it because even though people lie little, right? They lie about why they were late to work. They lie about this or that. But people are not comfortable. They just are not comfortable with big lies because they would never lie that big. So when they see something blasted everywhere, when everyone says it and it's just constantly in your face, people assume it must be true because they couldn't bring themselves to lie in that manner. Now, there are certain people like Kamala Harris who can, right? They can lie in big ways. And how do they do it? How do they lie in big ways? How do they do it? Well, they think of themselves as victims. They think the world has been unfair to me. I am a victim. I am a victim. The world has been unfair to me. And so therefore, I'm just getting justice. And that's how Kamala Harris thinks. And that's how Amy Klobuchar thinks. Their mindset is the world has been unfair to me, which it has. I mean, I'm really sorry about the way Kamala grew up. I'm really sorry about the way Amy grew up. And so in their mind, the world has been very unfair to them. So because the world has been that unfair to me, I'm just getting justice for myself. And in Kamala Harris's case, it's her child self. Kamala Harris thinks about her 10-year-old self constantly. She has t-shirts with the face of her 10-year-old self on it. She screamed, "That little girl was me," right? Kamala Harris has images in her head of whatever happened to 10-year-old or 5-year-old Kamala Harris on loop in her head. And this is, they talk about bad therapy, right? Catharsis, right? That there's a certain type of kind of hypnotic, mind control therapy that people undergo where you just relive the traumatic experience. You re-traumatize yourself over and over and over again, right? And she has that image on loop, and then that makes it okay for her to do something. And if you look at all the evil things that Kamala Harris has done throughout her life, they're all okay because that little girl was me, right? She didn't care about them. When Kamala Harris got up and said that, that she was imprisoning and locking up the parents of children that were truant from school. And she said, I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for my education. Denying a child an education is tantamount to a crime. It's all about her. She doesn't care about those kids, right? Yes, we agree. If kids are not in school and if they're being neglected in a way their parents are not getting them to school, that's bad. We can all agree on that. But does it help those kids to put handcuffs on their parents and drag their parents to jail and have them go to foster care while their parents are in jail? No. But Kamala Harris doesn't care about those kids. She's thinking about, I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for my education. 10-year-old Kamala, the world wasn't fair. My parents. That's what she's thinking about. Right? And the same with Amy Klobuchar. When that guy who's on trial, who had nothing to do with the gang expert, nothing to do with the gang expert has never met him. He knows nothing about him. When that guy is up there talking about all the evil things crimes do, and that jury is judging this man based on crimes and horror stories he has nothing to do with, and he's going to go to jail, for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, based on the jurors being terrified of things that have absolutely nothing to do with him. Is Amy Klobuchar thinking about, geez, maybe this isn't fair to this guy. Why is this guy going to trial? Maybe he didn't do it. Is she thinking about that? No. She's thinking about, my father abused my mother and no one understands what I've been through. Oh, that little girl was me. And that's how she's able to do these evil things. And the problem that we have, all right, is that most people are not like Kamala Harris. Most people are incapable of it. Most people are not like Amy Klobuchar. Most people are not capable of it, okay? But people who are actively sought out by our political system. And this is one of the biggest problems in American politics right now, right? And this is, I must say, this is one of the biggest problems we have in American politics. If you want to get ahead in American politics, be fucking crazy. Now, I'm serious, right? If you are clear-headed, healthy, and all of that, they might make you a Navy SEAL, right? You'd be a great Navy SEAL. They might make you a Secret Service agent to guard the president. They're never going to make you the president. They're never going to, if you are clear-headed, if you're a clear-headed person, who just thinks about things and is able to just kind of be in the moment. They don't want you in politics because they can't push your buttons, right? And this is fascinating. This book, this is an award-winning book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. In this book, this is a former NSA guy, and he talks about when he worked at the NSA, his entire entry into the NSA was weird trauma therapy. They talked about him, how unfair his life was. Did more people in your school have more money than you? Well, were your parents abusive? They sat there and they just wanted to learn how they could push his buttons, right? And that the people at the top of our society are knucking futz, all right? And this is just a reality. If you want to be successful in America, be crazy, right? Be unstable, be emotionally driven by rage and vengeance, have a huge ego that constantly needs validation. Donald Trump is crazy, folks. He's crazy, all right? Let's just be real. Look at his Twitter. He's fucking crazy. Kamala Harris is fucking crazy. Joe Biden didn't even know where he was half of his presidency. Barack Obama is good at giving a speech, but behind closed doors, he's a very, very damaged guy, right? He's a very, very damaged guy, and they knew how to push his buttons. Read Ben Rhodes' memoir. They knew exactly how to push his buttons. They find unstable, unhealthy people because they are easier to control. That is just the reality. Clear-headed people who can look at a situation and say, okay, I'm not going to be emotional. I'm going to make a clear decision. That's Russian President Vladimir Putin. He is one of the most smooth, clear-headed people I've ever seen. The way he moves his body, he's a genius, right? I mean, and the same for Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping, in order to do, I mean, if you look at his career, how he like doubled the income of the area. He was in some little village. I mean, he's a really smooth, clear-headed, calculated thinker, Xi Jinping. But in America, in our political system, where we have what Lenin called pornography instead of politics, right? The people who get to the top are the people that are the craziest, the people that are the most insane, the people that are the most easy to manipulate. And, most of us wouldn't be able to live with ourselves if we got up in front of the jury and convicted a guy who was likely innocent by pulling that gang expert crap that Amy Klobuchar did. But Amy Klobuchar, the reason that she's a U.S. senator is she's so fucking crazy. And she's so damaged by whatever her father did to her mother and did to her when she was a child. And she's so angry and she's so unstable and she's so unconcerned about other people. And she's got so much rage that she can do evil shit like that. And she did evil shit like that. And she did it so well that they said, great, we will not only let you be a prosecutor in Minnesota, we're going to put you in the U.S. Senate so you can give bombs to Israel to blow up Palestinian kids, right? And that is how dangerous our country is. Kamala Harris did evil shit like that, and she was so good at that, at arresting parents because their kids were truant from school. She was so evil that there was a drug lab in California when she was the state attorney general that was turning over false positive results, and people were going to jail for using drugs when they didn't use drugs, right? And she covered it up and it's a really unbelievable scandal. And she is so unethical and so convinced that it's all about her, she's the victim and all of that. She was able to let criminal case after criminal case after criminal case go to trial where the drug lab said they had tested positive for drugs and it was false. And she did this over and over and over again. Most of us wouldn't be able to sleep at night if that was the case. But Kamala is so fucking nuts, so narcissistic and so vengeance oriented. Has so much of a victim complex that she can do this, right? And this is very, very dangerous. And we need to talk about this. And that's what my book about Kamala Harris is about. And that's why I'm really glad this book went viral. I hope that the people who bought it read it. Because, it's funny. There's one of these intellectuals is a guy named Paul Street. And he's just some obscure, leftist anti-Trump intellectual. But he was given a lecture in Chicago. And somebody said that the two most important books published this year were some other book and Kamala Harris and the Future of America by Caleb Maupin. And Paul Street was just horrified. No, that can't be the case. Well, it is. My book made an impact. my book was a really big deal, and I'm glad it got into a lot of people's hands because I understand all of this, right? And that Kamala Harris, the evil that is flowing out of Kamala Harris, the evil that is flowing out of Amy Klobuchar, this is just a personality trope that has showed up in female politicians in America over and over again. And it is about wanting to take down men perceived as powerful. And that's how this relates to Graham Plattner, and that's how this relates to Chris Smalls. The reason that this is an effective way to demonize both of them is because if you read what's coming out about Graham Plattner right now, I mean, look, the guy is a military veteran. He's got PTSD. He's had issues with drinking before, and they're getting every one of his ex-girlfriends, and they're not accusing him of rape. They're not accusing him of domestic violence. They're just talking about, he's got issues. Imagine, right? If you've ever dated anyone that all of your ex-girlfriends or ex-boyfriends were assembled and able to tell all their stories and have them republished in the New York Times. That's a crime. And the press used to be above that kind of thing, right? Obviously, rape is rape, sexual assault is sexual assault, and domestic violence, like, spouses hitting their spouses, that's one thing. But Graham Plattner admits he had a drinking problem. AA has millions of members in America. It's not a crime to admit you had a drinking problem. I mean, and he also admits he's had some PTSD issues. He was in a war. And you read the stories, and it's like Graham Plattner is the most evil. He's a deadbeat, and he's got a Nazi tattoo. I mean, I don't know what makes it a Nazi tattoo, right? I don't know. I don't know much about tattoos, but like all the tattoos, there's so many designs on tattoos that people have said to me, well, that's Nazi. And I'm like, is it? I don't know. But, and I mean, it's just, he's a man who served in Iraq. Many people have pointed out he's actually not as working class as he makes himself out to be. But the caricature they're painting of him is he's a trailer park drunk guy who's unstable and crazy, and you don't want him in office. This is a nasty, nasty work of character assassination. The reason it works is because every woman who's ever dealt with a situation like that, there are millions of men in this country that have drinking problems. There are millions of men in this country who have trauma or emotional issues. There are millions of men in this country who have dated or married a woman and broken up with her. There are millions of women in this country who've had bad experiences with working class white dudes. And by republishing this horror story, these stories about him, which may be true, may be exaggerated, are just one various ex-girlfriends' assessment of him. They're making him effectively a stand-in for every person who's known someone kind of like that, right? And that's what I've increasingly noticed about, first of all, we're talking about lying. We talk about like Me Too, right? There are ways to spot a fake Me Too. There are true Me Too's and there are fake Me Too's, right? One criticism, let's just be real, that many people have pointed out about the Me Too movement is that it conflates rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment, which are three different things. Rape is rape. We all know what rape is. Sexual assault is unwanted touch, right? Or exposing yourself, right? It's sexual assault. And sexual harassment is a very hard thing to define. It is inappropriate behavior. In order for it to be illegal sexual harassment, there has to be certain situations. It has to play out for a period of time. Sexual harassment is a very vague, it has many different interpretations in the law, and it's generally something that you sue somebody over. You don't get arrested for. It might become an HR issue at the workplace and all of that. And many people have pointed out the problem with Me Too is it makes it sound like all three of those things are the same, and they're not. But regardless, there are women that have been part of the Me Too movement that were raped, that were sexually assaulted, or were sexually harassed. And then there's a lot of cases where it's ambiguous. There's a lot of cases where somebody did something that they shouldn't have done, that definitely wasn't rape, that definitely wasn't sexual assault, that they probably shouldn't have done. And the way that you can spot a fake Me Too is that fake Me Too's generally have a lot of, like I said before with lying, a lot of, well, at least that's what it looked like to me. Or, ooh, I'm not exactly sure if he meant it that way, and I've seen that, right? When they went after the guy who was the leader of the People's Party, when went after Nick Brana, I listened to some of the Me Too stuff against Nick Brana, and it was so obviously bullshit because, one of the things that was said is this woman said, well, I walked in on him and his girlfriend, and they were kissing, and I thought maybe it wasn't consensual. I thought maybe it wasn't consensual. What? Huh? And then another thing she said is, well, we went to a protest one time and they both came late and she looked like she had been crying. That's not evidence of anything. And I started hearing these things and I'm just like, okay, right? How many people have been in a relationship with somebody and there's been crying involved? How many people have been in a relationship with someone and you walked in on them kissing and you thought maybe it wasn't consensual? I mean, this is bullshit. And there's all these qualifiers like, well, I thought, I wasn't sure. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff that's not relevant, right? Like, again, well, she had been crying when she came to the protest. Well, maybe they had an argument. Maybe she just found out that her aunt died. I don't, maybe, who knows what happened? And that's in no way relevant. That's just something you just throw in there. And that fake Me Too's tend to have a whole bunch of qualifiers when they're lying, like, well, maybe, or it looked to me like, or there's ways they can give themselves the out and tell themselves they're not lying, number one. And number two, there's a bunch of irrelevant shit that has nothing to do with it, right? If somebody is a rapist, it does not matter if they don't recycle. Doesn't matter, right? What does that have to do with anything? But in a fake Me Too, it's like, well, maybe, I don't know if he thought it was consensual or not, but anyway, he doesn't recycle and, he's really mean and he owns a gun and, he really likes to watch, violent movies and a whole bunch of irrelevant character assassination is thrown in to just give you a portrait of the man as a bad man. And then the actual allegation has a whole bunch of, well, it was consensual, but maybe it wasn't, and that's a fake Me Too, right? And I and obviously you don't know for sure. You never know for sure. But, I think about my friend Tara Reid. What she says about Joe Biden is very, very straightforward. This happened. She's not interested in telling you that Joe Biden's a bad guy. She's not interested in, and there's no qualifiers. There's no like, oh, well, maybe none of that. It's just, this happened. That's how I'm 100% sure Tara Reid is telling the truth because she's just telling the truth. Whereas, these fake Me Too's that happen against celebrities are full of character assassination stuff that's not relevant, right? If someone's a rapist, it doesn't matter if they recycle. It doesn't matter if they made a racist joke one time. It doesn't matter if they insulted you and hurt your feelings. It doesn't matter if they were rude to your best friend. None of that matters. But that's what they're really mad about when they're doing a fake Me Too. They really want to get revenge for what they're really mad about. And then the actual allegation is filled with ways they can give themselves an out. And you look at what's going on about Graham Plattner right now, right? It's just, there's not even an allegation of sexual assault. There's not an allegation of sexual misconduct. There's not an allegation of domestic violence or rape or anything. It's all just character assassination. They just found all of his exes and they basically just went after him. And honestly, some of the people that were criticizing him said, actually, their criticism was he's not this. This makes him more of what his supporters want him to be. He just sounds like a working class guy. And so this is all very interesting. Now, there's another aspect to this, that we should just talk about, other than all of this. And thanks for being here with me, folks. This is interesting. And I do want to remind you all that I will answer people's questions in the second half of the show. So if you got something you would like me to talk about in the second half of the show, please send a Rumble rant. Please go to buymeacoffee.com/Caleb Maupin and send your questions. I really do need people to send their questions. Carter sent a question, so he'll be the first one to be answered. But, and I've said that the time that we get 10 super chats on here, I will definitely play the new China song. So, you know, we got one super chat already. And I'm hoping to get 9 more so that we can do the new China song. But anyway, I'll keep talking. I guess it's the caffeine. You know, that's the secret. I'm going to be up late tonight. I am going to be up late tonight because I almost don't want to drink more than that because I've got so much to say. But actually, let's take a break. Let's take a break. Let's just take a break. I am going to put on a video and let's just take a break. Let's just take a break. Hold on. We'll just take a video break. I've got a lot more to say, but I think I may have an obligation here. So, wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, you know, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. For those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need. And that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation. All righty, folks. Thanks for taking that break. I just had to deal with a household issue. I do want to remind you to send questions for the second half of the show, but I got plenty more to say. So please send questions for the second half of the show. But anyway, so another aspect of the character assassination campaign against Chris Smalls and against Graham Plattner is there is an element of Zionism. And first of all, the source of the smear campaign against Chris Smalls is Jacobin Magazine. And Jacobin Magazine is funded by Israel. And that was revealed a long time ago. It was revealed by Ben Norton. And he provided the tax forms. So these are the tax forms, right? The income tax forms. The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the main donors to Jacobin. And the Jewish Communal Fund is a nonprofit heavily tied in with Israel that funds trips to Israel. It's kind of like the liberal alternative to Birthright. Birthright is the right-wing Zionist tour network. Jewish Communal Fund funds more the liberal tours that are a little bit more left-wing and critical. And then, you know, when I've brought up this issue about Jacobin being funded by the Jewish Communal Fund, there are people that say, well, the Jewish Communal Fund, that is just a way of giving an anonymous donation, right? People have said, well, the Jewish Communal Fund, that's like a nonprofit that you give them money and then they donate. So it's somebody else is giving to Jacobin through the Jewish Communal Fund. That's their response. Well, let's just pull up the Jewish Communal Fund. Okay, so Jewish Communal Fund. Let's just pull up the Jewish Communal Fund, right? If that's the case, if Jewish Communal Fund is just a middleman, who is it a middleman for? Do you think the Jewish Communal Fund, through whom somebody else is giving money to Jacobin magazine, is that what Free Palestine activists are donating to Jacobin through? Like, look at the website of the Jewish Communal Fund. Is that what, you know, people that are concerned about the liberation of the Palestinian people, is that what anti-imperialist organizers that want to donate to Jacobin magazine to help them be anti-imperialist? Yeah, they're using the Jewish Communal Fund, right? Like, give me a break, right? The Jewish Communal Fund is an administrator of donor-advised funds that promotes and facilitates charitable giving within the Jewish community of Greater New York City. Founded in 1972, the foundation provides $520 million in annual giving to Jewish-specific nonprofits and charities. The foundation also funds left-of-center nonprofits, such as the Barack Obama Foundation, the American Civil Liberties Union, that said nothing about the Uhuru case, that has completely backed away from all of the great stances they used to take. Candide, the foundation funding U.S. democracy. Yeah. So it's like, okay, so you're saying that, well, you can't blame them for what the Jewish Communal Fund, right? That's just somebody uses them as a smokescreen to give money. Okay, that person's probably a Zionist. Okay, like if they're associated with the Jewish Communal Fund, right? You know, and it's not just because it has the name Jew in it. Like, you know, I mean, give me a break. So that argument that, oh, well, Caleb, this doesn't mean anything because it's donor advised, somebody's just using that as a screenshot. Yeah, and that somebody is a Zionist. That's the point. And that's who funds Jacobin. Jacobin is a Mossad operation. And, you know, Jacobin and their network of well-paid DSA staffers, they operate in a way that they're always trying to appear edgy. They want to look edgy, but they always find a way to be on the side of the imperialists. They denounce and defame Venezuela. They, you know, they have also gone after, you know, all kinds of people. My favorite thing is that during the 2024 elections, they published a smear piece against Jerry Healy. Jerry Healy was the leader of the British Trotskyist group in the 1970s and 80s. And they published a smear piece against him. And I wrote a rebuttal called In Defense of Jerry Healy. And Jerry Healy is one of the most important pro-Palestine organizers of the 70s and 80s. And he organized Vanessa Redgrave to make a pro-Palestine documentary film that was, you know, and she gave a pro-Palestine speech at the Oscars in 1978. In addition to that, you know, Jerry Healy, you know, he was pro-Gaddafi, etc. And during the 2024 elections, as there was an upsurge of pro-Palestine activism, randomly, the schmucks at Jacobin decided, one of their writers, Aidan Beatty, who's a professor in Detroit, he decided that he had to write a smear piece against Jerry Healy. And the piece was full of lies, and it was full of many lies. But the most revealing thing about it was the introduction, or was the acknowledgments page, where they admitted that it was paid for by Israel. It was paid for by the Center for Jewish Studies that is notoriously pro-Israel. And they paid for this smear piece against Jerry Healy they paid for it. They paid for it because they saw the global implications of this research. And you read the book. I've read Aidan Beatty's smear piece against Jerry Healy. Yeah, Jerry Healy is Hitler. Jerry Healy is Hitler, right? When Jerry Healy said that the media in Britain was biased in favor of Israel, they said, he said Jews control the media. And when he was organizing a working class movement, well, that's a sign that he wanted to get all the workers together to kill all the Jews. And you read it, it was basically to convince you that this very anti-fascist Trotskyist leader in Britain was actually an up-and-coming Adolf Hitler, and that you have to not build a democratic centralist organization, and that pro-Palestine activism is fine, but among pro-Palestine activists, there's these cults of personality that emerge. There might be a leader like Chris Smalls who emerges among those pro-Palestine people and wants them to go out and actually change the world. And we all know what that means. Then they're going to have another Holocaust and put people in gas chambers. And that's what they think at Jacobin, right? They are crypto-Zionists, right? And they're funded by the Jewish Communal Fund. And yeah, they're critical of what Israel does, but they also think that deep down, the masses of American people are bloodthirsty anti-Semites. And that's called the spirit of the ghetto. And my book about Trotsky and the neoconservatives gets into great detail about this. This is a curse that hangs over leftism in America. It is this notion that the people are the enemy, right? The idea that the masses of the American people are just deep down, they're just a bunch of bloodthirsty anti-Semites, and that the only good thing that you can do as a leftist is deconstruct, and that any kind of populist movement is going to be inherently fascistic. That is what the folks at Jacobin believe, right? And that's what George Orwell believed. That's what he said, basically, is that, ordinary people deep down are a bunch of authoritarians. It's a boot stomping on the human face, that totalitarianism is an expression of the authoritarianism and the evil of ordinary people. And this is the Frankfurt School. This is Susan Sontag. This is Hannah Arendt. This is Theodore Adorno and his authoritarian personality study. This is what the new left, the CIA created left, believes. They believe the people are the enemy. And Chris Smalls and Graham Plattner are both representative of what they're afraid of. Graham Plattner is they say he's actually from a wealthier family, but the caricature they're painting of him is that he is a working class white dude who has served in the military and is ranting against the rich and powerful. And in their minds, rich and powerful means Jew, and that Graham Plattner is going to mobilize all the rednecks together, all those poor people in Vermont, all the people, Stephen King, the novelist Stephen King. His novels tend to be about poor people in New England, right? We think of New England as being like college professors, college towns, and people at Harvard or whatever. But, you go into Western Massachusetts, you go into parts of New England that are not near Harvard or Yale or Stanford. And, you go into areas in Connecticut or Vermont or Maine that are more working class. There are trailer parks, et cetera. And Maine is a very working class state. And that, as much as, the people at Jacobin might like, Harvard professors in Massachusetts, they think that the people in Maine, the people that Stephen King grew up around that are in all his novels, right? They think that they're a bunch of, all they do is sit around all day saying, I'm going to get me a gun so I can kill me a Jew. I hate Jews. Oh, I hate Jews. I'm a white supremacist. That's what they think, right? They think that white working class people who serve in the military, white working class people who have been in prison, white working class people who own guns, white working class people who listen to country music, white working class people who drive pickup trucks, they think they are the enemy, right? They think that they are inherently anti-Semitic. They think this, and I know this for a fact. I will never forget. I've told the story many times when I saw Sarah Schulman speak. The LGBT Center in New York City is paid for by an Israeli porn star. And so they forbid any pro-Palestine events. But years ago, the pro-Palestine people had a pro-Palestine event at the LGBT Center in Defiance. And I went to it as a loyal Workers' World Party member. And the speaker was a very famous left-wing memoirist and college professor in New York City named Sarah Schulman. Sarah Schulman just laid it all out there. She said when she was growing up in New York City in the 1950s, They did not hate Arabs. They did not hate Arabs. The Jewish community hated white European Americans. And they thought white European Americans were the people who did the Holocaust. And the reason that they were so excited about the Black liberation struggle is they viewed Black people as allies against the white European Americans. And they wanted to team up with them to fight the white European Americans who they believed were inherently anti-Semitic. And she admitted this. Sarah Schulman admitted this. And that made an alarm bell go off in my head. I started to understand what was wrong with the communist groups in America and why they will never build a base among the population, because they are controlled by a cartel of people who think the population of America are the enemy. And you'll notice every communist group that tries to actually start organizing the bulk of the American population immediately gets labeled fascist, right? For example, the Revolutionary Union, the RU, during the 70s, they tried to get out of the movement into the masses. And during, we're coming up on the 50-year anniversary of their, we've carried the rich for 200 years rally. And in 1974, they intervened in the busing struggle a little bit differently. Noah Schenck and our organization did a great video on it, and they were labeled Nazi. And until like the early 80s, the RCP, the Revolutionary Communist Party, previously known as the Revolutionary Union, they were persona non grata in leftist spaces because they had dared to want to actually organize the bulk of the American people. And the same for the National Caucus of Labor Committees. Lyndon LaRouche, he saw that Malthusianism was dominating leftist politics, that big foundation money from the Ford Foundation, from the Rockefellers, was dominating leftist politics. And he formed the National Caucus of Labor Committees, and they tried to organize in support of the teachers union in New York City and in support of welfare, recipients and others. And because they were trying to actually organize the masses of people and they didn't view the population as the enemy, they were labeled fascists, and the Communist Party went after them. And that's a whole nother story. And that communism in America is a small niche minority. But the organizations, whether it's Democratic Socialists of America or the Communist Party or the Workers' World Party or the PSL, they are run by people that have the spirit of the ghetto. They think the masses are the enemy. And they very much like the Black liberation struggle. But they also don't like Chris Smalls. And I'll tell you why. As much as they like to talk against racism, right? Because that reinforces their message that average Americans are all just a bunch of racists, right? And they see they're basically making Graham Plattner out to be a caricature of what they hate, of a white working class person. Even though he's a woke DSA Democrat, he's too much of a white working class person, and they hate white working class people. But Chris Smalls is Black. And so you'd think, oh, they love Chris Smalls. No, they don't. Because Chris Smalls, they see him as potentially another Farrakhan, right? He is a working class African-American guy who worked at Amazon, and now he is organizing in support of the Palestinians. They think he's another Farrakhan. Let's be real. The DSA crowd, the AOC supporting committee, they think he's the next Louis Farrakhan, and he won't follow their orders, and he's protesting AOC at the Met Gala, and he went head to head with the IDF. They think he's the next Minister Farrakhan. They think he is going to be the next Marcus Garvey. Those folks hate Black nationalists. They hated Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And the reason that, part of his origin is that the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee split because Zionist money was trying to control the civil rights movement, right? During the civil rights era, a lot of Zionist foundation money was being used, and certain leaders like Kwame Ture and others wouldn't obey the Zionist foundation money that was funding the civil rights movement. And those were the ones that got labeled anti-Semitic. And Chairman Omali Yeshitela of Uhuru, he's been labeled anti-Semitic. And Minister Louis Farrakhan has been labeled anti-Semitic. And, and Marcus Garvey, Marcus Garvey actually was very sympathetic to a lot of Jewish groups. But when he was convicted and sent to prison in the 1920s, he actually said at his trial, he felt that Jewish organizations that wanted to control the civil rights and Black liberation movement had framed him and helped set him up. And that there is an effort, the crypto-Zionist left, they love the Black liberation movement as long as they can control it, as long as Black leaders are not fighting for Black people. But when Farrakhan comes along, when Marcus Garvey comes along, when Chairman O'Malley Yeshitela comes along, when Kwame Ture comes along, when Malcolm X comes along, oh no, they don't like that. They don't like black people fighting for black people. They like black people helping convince us that white people are all bad. They like black people, encouraging people to go out and vote for the Democrats because the Republicans are so racist. Chris Smalls has demonstrated he's not a shill, right? He is a black activist. He's not an anti-Semite, but he stood with the Palestinians and he won't follow their orders. And he protested AOC at the Met Gala. So the crypto-Zionists at Jacobin, they have gone after Graham Plattner because Graham Plattner is a caricature of he's a white dude in a pickup truck. And even if he says checks all the right boxes about LGBT and everything, no, he's still a white dude in a pickup truck. We can't have one of those in Congress. And now they're going after Chris Smalls. Why? Because he is a black freedom fighter, a black labor organizer who risked his life for the Palestinians and is daring to protest one of their shills and puppets, AOC, and they can't tolerate this. This is the spirit of the ghetto, right? The cartel that runs socialist and communist politics in the United States is run by crypto-Zionists. And they might tell you that they're against Israel, but they're against the American people and the black American people. They're against black nationalism, and they're against the white working class of America far, far more than they're against Israel. And their narrative, their understanding of world events, maybe they don't actually support Israel, but it is a Zionist narrative. It is that Jews are so special, that Jews are just better than everybody else. They're better than everybody else, and they're persecuted because they're better than everybody else, because deep down, the rest of us are all a bunch of bloodthirsty, anti-Semitic racists, and that deep down, all of us who are not Jewish, we just want to kill Jews, that Christianity is a big conspiracy to kill Jews. They believe, I have had it said to me, that when Christians wear crosses around our necks, this means that we hate Jews because Jews killed Christ. That is not, I have never met a single Christian in my life that wears a cross because they hate Jews. But that is what Jews have told me. I was told by one of my Jewish coworkers when I worked at the insurance company I used to work at. He told me every religion except for Judaism is just a lie invented to kill Jews. That's what he said, right? And this guy was a Hasidic Jew. Right. And I mean, and he was kind of pro-Israel, but Hasidic Jews, they can't be completely pro-Israel because only the Messiah can create Israel, etc. But my coworker just said it to me with a straight face. He said, well, every religion, Caleb, except for Judaism is just something invented to kill Jews. That's called Zionism, folks. And whether or not the people at the top of DSA admit it or not, I was in the Workers' World Party for 8 years, and I can tell you the people at the top of the Workers' World Party, the people with the money that run that organization, Fred Goldstein, that's what they believe. And they may not support Israel. They may be very opposed to Israel, but they believe the American working class are all a bunch of bloodthirsty anti-Semites, and they will never build a populist movement. And they think that anyone who voted for Donald Trump is in the Ku Klux Klan. They think all Christians are white supremacists. I was told by one of the leaders of their organization, told me that, quote, everyone in Ohio believes that Jews have horns and tails. Everyone. I grew up in Ohio. I lived in Ohio for my 18 years of my life. I didn't move out of Ohio until I was 23. I never have anywhere in my life met anyone who believes that Jews are born with horns and tails. But according to a prominent leader of the Workers' World Party, she told me everyone in Ohio believes Jews are born with horns and tails. That's what the people at Jacobin believe. All right. The cartel that controls communism in America is run by a bunch of bloodthirsty crypto-Zionists. And they may say they don't support Israel, and maybe they don't, but they hate the American people. It is the spirit of the ghetto. It's Leon Trotsky, from Leon Trotsky to Irving Kristol to Irving Howe. It's the same mindset. They are against you. If you're black, if you're a white working class American, they are against you. And that's what you need to understand. And that's why they're not interested. They don't want to build a base among the American working class. The last thing they would ever want is Chris Small's Amazon union to be successful. Why? Well, Jeff Bezos is Jewish, right? The owner of Amazon is Jewish. And if all the workers at Amazon are getting together, that's a pogrom. That's anti-Semitism, right? And a lot of those workers, I bet Chris Smalls' family is probably Christian, or worse, Muslim. And I bet in Georgia, a lot of the workers there are Christian, and they'll get together and it'll be a pogrom. And that's what they believe. All right. And the more you get to know these folks, I have been around them. I have been in the same room with them. And the cartel, the criminal cartel that runs communism in America, That's what they believe. Okay, and you can call, and they have called me Hitler, they've called me anti-Semite, they've called me Nazbol. I actually have a smear piece against me on the Communist Party USA website. I am so proud of this. I hope they never take it down, and I will show it to you, right? Communist Party USA, they gave me my own hit piece. I'm Hitler, right? I'm Hitler, despite having, gotten a young black woman acquitted in juvenile court after filming the police attacking her. Despite, making huge sacrifices in the anti-racism struggle. I'm Hitler. I am Hitler, according to the Workers' World Party. I am Hitler, according to the Communist Party USA. I am Hitler, according to the Revolutionary Union, the Revolutionary Communist Party. I am Hitler, according to the PSL. How in the world am I Hitler? How in the world am I Hitler? How in the world can the Communist Party USA read this book that honors the Black Panthers, that hails the Soviet Unions? This article on the Communist Party website is all about me and how I'm Hitler. And you get this book, and you hold it in your hand and you read this piece and you say, how in the world can they take from a book that honors the Black Panthers? There's a picture of Fred Hampton in this book. How in the world can this book that honors W.E.B. Du Bois, that is supporting here's a picture of W.E.B. Du Bois with Mao Zedong. Here's a picture of the Black Panthers and their free breakfast program. How in the world is Caleb Maupin Hitler? I'm Hitler, according to the Communist Party. I am Hitler, according to the Workers' World Party. I was their best young recruit for 8 years, but I'm Hitler. How am I Hitler? Because they have the spirit of the ghetto. They have the spirit of the ghetto, the cartel that controls communism in America, the criminal Zionist cartel that controls communism in America, whether it's Jacobin, brought to you by the Jewish Communal Fund, which I'm sure is totally just a proxy for the anti-Zionist, progressive, anti-racist organization. Totally. It has nothing to do. The Jewish Communal Fund has nothing to do with Zionism. Give me a break. Whether it's the Communist Party USA that had an Israel Day parade that celebrated the founding of Israel and organized a huge parade in 1948, the year that Israel was founded. Whether it's UNAC that had Noam Chomsky speak at their founding meeting, Noam Chomsky, Epstein buddy Noam Chomsky. I am telling you there is a Zionist criminal cartel that controls communism in America. And that's why they don't want the movement to succeed. They just want to help the Eastern establishment. That's all they want to do. And they have traded Marxism for Malthusianism. And this is a reality you need to understand. And Chris Smalls and Graham Plattner both represent what they're afraid of. And it's honestly their identity. It's not even what they do. It's their identity. The caricature that they have painted of both of them is the same caricature that Aiden Beatty painted of Jerry Healy. They're Hitler. They're Hitler. Graham Plattner he served in the military, God forbid, and he lived in a trailer park. He had a drinking problem. He's practically David Duke. He's practically Grand Wizard of the KKK, right? And Chris Smalls, why, he's a megalomaniac, and he's organizing a labor union, and he's condemning and protesting AOC outside of her events, outside the Met Gala, and he's anti-Israel. Why, he's practically the next Minister Louis Farrakhan. He's practically the next Marcus Garvey. Right? Both of these men are a stand-in for what they are afraid of, what the Jacobin crowd is terrified of. What they're terrified of is that one day the working class people in Illinois and Vermont and Maine and Pennsylvania and Texas and Alabama are going to say, you know what? It's not the immigrants that are our problem. It's Wall Street. And we are going to come together and demand a government of action that fights for working families. And on top of that, they're afraid that one day the African-American folks in New Jersey, like Chris Smalls, the African-American folks in Alabama and Georgia, the African-American folks in Chicago are going to say, our problem isn't white Trump supporters. Our problem is Wall Street. Our problem is the big banks and corporations, the Zionist, imperialist monopolies that are coming our country. That's what they're afraid of. Chris Smalls represents that. Graham Plattner represents that. And doesn't matter what they do. They are caricatures in their mind. They are terrified. They are terrified of what they stand for. They stand for America breaking out of their grip. They are two guys who, to some degree or other, won't follow their script. Graham Plattner's job if he's supposed to be a Democrat, he is supposed to say white workers are the enemy. He is supposed to say that all Trump supporters are Nazis. He is supposed to say transgender, transgender, transgender. And I guess he's not doing that enough. So he's Hitler. And Chris Smalls, his job is to say Trump supporters are evil and vote for AOC. The black community has got to vote for the Democrats because Trump supporters are all, and he's not doing that. He's calling out AOC and he's calling out Israel. So he's got to be something that they should be terrified of. This is what's going on here, folks. And it's the same thing that's been done to me. It's the same thing that has been done to so many people. I could make a list of what's going on here. And the only thing that keeps this going is you falling for it. That's the only thing that keeps it going. The second that people like you wake up and say, you know what? I don't give a shit. I'm not following this script. I'm not following this script. The second that people like you wake up, this will end. And it's wearing off. It's getting old, right? It's getting old. People are getting sick and tired of this. People are getting sick and tired of this. And as somebody who has spent my adult life in the socialist movement, I am telling you, when somebody in the socialist movement, when the word goes out that this person is bad, this person's bad, and no one knows why, but they just are. Well, they're bad, right? I'm telling you, that's the person you should be listening to, because the people who run the socialist movement are the definition of bad. First of all, they're utter failures. They're utter failures. And number two, they are criminals and they are incompetent. Folks, I just want to talk about one thing, and then I'll open up for questions. I really hope folks send some more questions because it's going to be a long night. I've had a lot of caffeine, but if you want to send questions for the second half of the show, best way to do it is go to buymeacoffee.com/Caleb Maupin. Buymeacoffee.com/Caleb Maupin, or you can do a super chat, or you can do a Rumble rant if you're on the Rumble. Leo Messi did on Rumble. But send questions for the second half of the show. I just want to talk about something. I have this new book out, and Noah Shank, our member, based in the Boston area, he wrote an introduction to it. And I would encourage you, maybe you already read all the stuff that's in there by me. Maybe not. I think there's some new material in there. But regardless, read Noah's introduction to my book. Because Noah talked about something in the introduction that really spoke to him, which is that a few years ago, there was an incident here in America, a very sad incident. A guy named Aaron Bushnell. Aaron Bushnell was a member of the U.S. Air Force who was sent to, he was kind of ordered to go help Israel. And rather than do that, he lit himself on fire. He self-immolated and killed himself in front of the Israeli embassy. And, that's a really sad thing. But it should not have been celebrated. Okay, as much as, and I'm not going to tell the Palestinians what to do. I'm not going to tell people in the Middle East what to do. But any organizer in America, anyone who's building a revolutionary movement in America, could not celebrate that event. Because mental health is a serious problem in our circles. Mental health, we are living in a crazy time. People are coming unglued, right? And it's because of wider societal problems, but, I work in the media. I'm a journalist. That's my job. Pays my bills. One thing that you cannot do is if someone kills themselves, you can't report on it. And in New York City, there's a lot of cases where, someone goes to the Statue of Liberty and jumps off, or goes to the Empire State Building and tries to jump off. You cannot report on that because it has been proven that if you report on somebody trying to jump off the Empire State Building, people read it and more people kill themselves. And so as a matter of public safety, suicides are not reported on. That's actually why the suicide rate is higher than the homicide rate, that people don't believe that because suicides don't get reported on. It's actually true. Human beings kill themselves far more than they kill other people. Homicides are much rarer than suicides. You wouldn't know that, right? Murder is in the press all the time. Suicide is not. But if it's unethical for me as a reporter to say on the news, well, someone tried to kill themselves today. If I can't do that, tell me how Netflix can make a multi-season teen miniseries that is the demented fantasy of a suicidal person, right? About somebody who kills themselves and left videos about why it's so wrong. And tell me then, how ethical is it after this tragic incident of somebody who did support the Palestinians, but clearly had mental health issues, that rather than taking a stand and going to prison and refusing to fight, which would have been the right thing to do, instead tragically killed themselves? How ethical is it for Brian Becker to send out a special email, I love Aaron Bushnell? And if you've been around PSL, that's a crazy organization. There's a lot of mentally ill people in PSL. There's a lot of mentally ill people everywhere. Okay. And that's just, especially in activist spaces, whatever. Okay. But if you look at PSL and the fact that there's so much mental illness in that group, and then you see that the leader of the group, I'm not a member of PSL. I barely ever get their emails, but I got the email. Brian Becker wanted everyone to know that he loved Aaron Bushnell. Special message from chairman of PSL, Brian Becker, one of these cartel criminals who runs the communist groups in America. He sends an email out. Special statement from Brian Becker. I love Aaron Bushnell. Can you talk about something more unethical for the leader of a socialist group to do? Don't talk to me about this guy was in a socialist group and, oh, here's text messages and he flirted with the girl. Don't talk to me about that. Don't talk to me about, I felt uncomfortable and this guy, told me to sell newspapers to me. Don't talk to me about that. You're telling me that the leader of a large socialist group sent an email out to everyone advertising that as their leader, as the figure that they are trying to hold up as the great figure, as the person that everyone in PSL is supposed to be like, everyone's supposed to look up to, Brian Becker announced not only to his whole organization, but to the whole world, I think public theatrical suicide by anti-imperialist activists is awesome. You tell me that's ethical. You tell me how that's ethical at all. That is criminal. That is absolutely criminal. And what Brian Becker was saying is, I don't give a shit about my members. They're suckers. They're suckers. They're fools. And this will get me more donations. He was thinking this special statement will get me donations from pro-Palestine people. Unbelievable. Brian Becker, all the people that have joined his group that are in his organization that have mental health questions, he doesn't care if they go jump off a bridge tomorrow. He doesn't care, right? He decided he was going to glorify that because he is just using them in a cynical way. And that was such an evil thing to see Brian Becker do that. I understand the need for sensitivity. I understand if people in the Middle East say, wow, this shows that, there's people that are whatever. But for Brian Becker, the leader of a group of young people that have mental health issues, to publicly announce his admiration for theatrical suicide, that shows that he doesn't care about his people. He doesn't care about PSL members. He really doesn't. And he doesn't care. He doesn't care. And it is just absolutely awful. There is no love in the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The members of the group, I've talked to ex-members, they talk about how if you're in the PSL, you have what's called an annual review, and they're not paying you. You're paying them, but they give you an annual review. And if you're not bringing in enough money for them, if you're not recruiting enough people and all that, they just kick you out, right? PSL is such a cynical protest hustle. It is unbelievable. And that just fills me with anger. But it speaks to the same thing of this cartel that runs the communist groups, that hates the American people, that really even hates the people that join the communist groups, just see them as cynical fools and cynical suckers. Kind of reminds me of the Ku Klux Klan, actually, how the Ku Klux Klan, was a money laundering scheme, and how the people at the top were making a lot of money. And, I was doing a deep historical dive into the Ku Klux Klan of the 1920s. And it's like, it was a cynical organization. They were lobbying to get alcohol outlawed while the leaders were all having drinking parties. And it's like the cartel that runs the communist groups in America that is canceling Graham Plattner, that is canceling, is defaming and canceling Chris Smalls right now. This is a criminal group of people. But the main thing is we just have to look past them. We have to look past them and get to the masses. That's what the innovationist turn is about. That's why we are innovationists. We're not communists. We're innovationists. We want to get to the masses. We don't want to be associated with this criminal cartel. And we have very, 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 very big plans for what we're doing in July and August. Obviously, we have the training school. Obviously, we have I'm going around the country. We got a lot of big plans. We're going to need your help. But we're building a real movement, a movement based on growth, a movement based on optimism. And, what it is that DSA is afraid of, what Chris Smalls represents, and what Graham Plattner represents, the awakening of the black working class, the awakening of the white working class, the awakening of the American people in their millions, that day is coming. It's coming, and it is going to blow right over the ruling class. It is going to blow right over Brian Becker. It's going to blow over all the criminal protest hustlers. The subterranean fire is burning and the earthquake is coming, folks. It's only a matter of time before we are organizing in conditions of strategic equilibrium. We are going to build a base among the population. We are going to build a real anti-imperialist movement, and it won't be a movement to destroy America. It won't be a movement based on jealousy and resentment. We are going to build a base among the American working class so we can march this country toward a whole new America, an America with jobs and healthcare for all, an America where the next generation has a future, an America where the state actively coordinates and organizes the economy to unleash human creativity and build and construct and has America flourish in coordination with the rest of the world. Folks, I've been talking about the Bering Sea Tunnel and the Bering Sea Bridge. It's happening. They're signing the contract, folks. They signed the contract at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. There's so many great videos of Russian President Putin that came out today. At the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, they signed the contract to build the Peace Bridge. Folks, we are in the moment. This is the moment we were meant to be in. That Peace Bridge is going up in Alaska. And America is getting closer to the rising new economy. And we're going to get further and further away from France and Germany and Britain and the British Empire, and the American people are going to rise up, and they're going to want economic growth, and they're going to want a state that punches up, not a state that punches down, but a state that punches up and breaks the power of the big monopolies, a government of action that fights for working families. And we have the understanding that we will be the ones to give it. We'll be the ones to actually bring it into being. We have a unique and special opportunity and ability. We have the understanding with which we can build the movement this country urgently needs. Who else is teaching Juche ideology and helping the American people to understand the ideology of the Korean Revolution? We are. Who has written textbooks like we have? Who handed out a book on the Houthis in bulk across this country? Who blocked the No Kings parade in New York City? Who did it? Who else did it? Who else? Name anybody else who's done it. Go and look at the list of everything CPI has accomplished. Who else has been outside the jail where Maduro is being held? Who else has accomplished what we have accomplished? Who else is in the streets with the face of Ibrahim Traore, the great African leader, building up a future for the next generation on the African continent? Who's published a book about Ibrahim Traore that we've given out and distributed across the country? Who has done it? Us. We are the ones. We are the anti-imperialists of America. There's a lot of people trying to catch up with us. There's some other people doing good things. Jose Vega is running a great campaign. I hope he is successful in his campaign. The Uhuru movement is doing amazing work among the Black people and the Black working class, despite FBI repression. There are other folks that are doing good things, but who but us is doing the anti-imperialist educational and foundational work? Who but us? Who is doing it but us? We have something special and unique. And our movement offers something you will not get anywhere else. And I have been way too humble about this, and I've been way too self-conscious and way too unwilling to say it for so long. But we've got to just say it. We have something special to offer that only we can offer. And you need to join our ranks. You need to get involved, and you need to help us build the movement this country urgently needs, because nobody can do what we can do. And no one has the understanding and the ability to explain it in the way that we do. The Center for Political Innovation is what America urgently needs. It's what the ruling elite are afraid of. It's the ultimate incarnation of what they're terrified of when they look at Chris Smalls, what they're terrified of when they look at Graham Plattner. We have something very, very special. But we got to build it. We got to let our light shine before the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Never wax cold, because we are going to win. We are going to win, and we have something in this organization. There is an energy that flows from us that you will not find anywhere else. And if you come to one of our events, you can feel it. And you'll know what I'm talking about. So on that note, folks, let's do the roll call. Names and locations, names and locations. I will call you all out as I see you. Names and locations, names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations, names and locations. Who is with us? Who is with us? Who is with us? Names and locations, names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Portland, Oregon, Jake Howarth. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Dayton, Ohio. Dayton. Very good. That's Southern Ohio. Lawrence Johnson in Chicago, Bendigo, David Fox, Ryan in Kansas City, Ian in Yukon, Jenny in Cincinnati. Names and locations. Chuck in Florida. Good to see you, Chuck. Good to see you. Good to see you, brother Chuck. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Names and locations. Chad from Portland. Good to see you. Anway in India. Tim in Cape Cod. Good to see you. Central Oregon. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who's with us? Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? Who is with us? Fight, fight, fight. Well, it's not all a fight. It's about bringing people together. It's about creating community and energy, human momentum. It's not all fight, right? I've grown beyond the dialectical way of seeing things. Carter in Minnesota. You're great, Carter. You're great. All right. Now, in this part of the show, I generally answer people's questions. Chad, you should join us in Portland. Sign up for CPI. Yeah, Chad, become a member. Yeah. Mike and Jake do good work. They could always use another member out there. We got a lot of work to do. So, all right. So, as I said before, the second half of the show is me answering your questions. So please take this time. Hey, Tim, we're driving up to Cape Cod. Well, there you go. Take this time to send a question. It can be a super chat, it can be a Rumble rant. Best way is buy me a coffee. Send your question. I'm going to put on some music. I've got to take a quick bathroom break. And then I will start answering questions after the music. So let's put on the music. Let's put on a good song to get us through while I refill my water and take a bathroom break. And then, which song should we put on? Let's do Here's the Rose, Now Dance, the anthem of that tells the story of the Communist Party of Canada, Marxist-Leninist. It's kind of an adorable ideological song, but it's actually to the tune of a famous country song about coal miners. It's the song Dark as a Dungeon, which is a hit country song from the 1950s, where it's dark as a dungeon, damp as the dew. But they sped it up and made it a happy song, and they wrote it about the history of their party. And they use a quote from Marx, a quote from the book 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte called Here's the Rose, Now Dance. So yeah, it's a fun one. So we'll put on Here's the Rose, Now Dance, send some questions, and I will come back at the end of the song and I'll start answering questions. So here we go.
Comrades, our history will tell of the glorious struggle to build CPCML. Oh, it is the story of how our class continues to fight battle after battle to smash the old and build the new. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose, now dance. In the early 60s, against increasing exploitation, the people rose up to change the situation. Despite revisionist betrayal of this massive upsurge, a new quality and small quantity from the movement emerged. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose, now dance. They said don't turn off the people by making a scene, or you isolate the left from the mainstream. But we boldly shouted, down with imperialism, down with the lackeys, down with revisionism. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose, now dance. There were still lots of questions, but we never shied, for we had Marxism, Leninism, an invincible guide. The trend of unity of Marxist-Leninists irresistibly spread, and defending Marxism, we marched ahead. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose, now dance. Marxists and petty bourgeois clans, they all did their best to upset our plans. But they could not stop us, nor could the state attacks, nor the jailing of comrades who dared to fight back. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose, now dance. Driven into a frenzy, the state and agent provocateurs into our ranks, thinking to stop us for sure. But their hope for easy victory was just a pipe dream, as we smashed the opportunists and exposed their schemes. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. but the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. Now a so-called Marxist Leninist and a dogma that's pure, but all they could show us was a gross caricature. Safeguard our independence, the opportunists did say, but the working class sent it back, make the rich pay. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. They unfurled their yellow banner called Mao Zedong thought, and gleefully shouted that we had been caught. While ever loyal to Marxism, we stood our ground. But the venom of our party brought Mao Zedong thought down, and we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. The road has been long, but learn from our class, the proletarian revolution is a practical task. Here is our banner and here is our task, defend the Marxist Leninist party as the vanguard of the class. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance.
All right, everybody, I'm back. I am back. And yeah, we're doing our thing. So I'm going to answer questions now. Yeah, super chats. Buy me a coffee is the best way to send the questions. Buymeacoffee.com/Caleb Maupin. A few people have, which is appreciated. There's one super chat that's come in, and there's one buy me a coffee. So yeah, send some questions. Keep me talking. If I do get more than 10 super chats, I will play the new China song as a way to celebrate. So there we go. There we go. All right. So the first buy me a coffee came from Carter. Yeah, from Carter. Here, let me do a buy me a coffee. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. The first one came from Carter. Carter said, I remember you said you liked classic male marketed pulp from the 50s. At least that's what I remember. Please go into depth and great detail about this. Okay. So I was a young man, young preteen, teen, 10, 11, 12 years old, growing up in Ohio. My mother's a librarian, and my mother, you know, she's an interesting woman. And I'm not going to talk about I don't talk about my family too much on here. My mother's a librarian, though. And as much as my mother is quite, you know, she really was restrictive of what television we were allowed to watch, what movies we were allowed to see. She was quite strict about that kind of thing. One thing that she was not going to be, as a librarian, she just was not going to keep us from reading. Or at least she said she wasn't going to keep us from reading anything. Now, there were instances where I would argue that she was not true to that. But regardless, my mother generally didn't restrict what books I read at the library, right? She generally believed in you can read whatever you want. Maybe you can't watch whatever movie you want or whatever. You can read what you want. I had never heard of James Bond, but there was somehow I heard of James Bond. They made a James Bond movie that I wasn't allowed to see or something. And so I got kind of interested in the James Bond aesthetic, you know, shaken, not stirred, you know, all of that. So I remember I went to the library and I just started reading. The first James Bond novel I read was Diamonds Are Forever. And I generally don't read fiction, but at that age, for whatever reason, I read Diamonds Are Forever. And then I liked it. And so I just started reading all of them. And I read all of them except for there was a couple I didn't read. There was like one or two of them I didn't read. But I read all of them. And I read a couple of them twice. Live and Let Die, I particularly liked because it was about Jamaica. He's fighting a Jamaican gangster called Mr. Big. And I also really liked You Only Live Twice. And both of those novels I found particularly moving. So yeah, I wouldn't say I got into male pulp fiction. I got into Ian Fleming, and I read all of them except for there's like 2 of them I didn't read. I think I never finished Goldfinger for some reason. Never finished Goldfinger, and I think there's one called The Living Daylights. I don't think I finished that one either. And I could never get into the sequels. But Casino Royale was the first James Bond novel that was ever written. And I read that one. I read that one at Christmas time. I remember I sat in front of our Christmas tree at our house, after it was dark. And I turned on the Christmas tree lights, and I sat there night after night. It took me 4 or 5 nights to finish Casino Royale. And I remember reading it and thinking, okay. He got much better after he wrote. And they are actually written in order. There's an order to them. I didn't read them in order. I didn't know what the order was. I just grabbed them. And so, yeah, what I remember is that it's funny because those books are very racist and very anti-communist. And there is a lot of, I didn't know what it was. There's a lot of sadomasochism in those novels. I mean, there's a lot of sex, but there's also a lot of sadomasochism. I didn't know what sadomasochism was. And it's bizarre, right? It's bizarre. When you talk about the Atlanticist pathology, it's not presented as deviant. There's a lot of like sex and violence mixed together in ways that are, that's the whole thing when I talk about the Atlanticist pathology. It's like the British Empire, sadism and all of that, and eventually Jack the Ripper and a lot of the evil that we see, the crimes against women in the 20th century that actually don't happen as much anymore for some reason. A lot of that James Bond stuff is very, honestly, I would have been better watching the movies. My poor mother, if she wanted to actually, if she really wanted to shelter me, she should have just had me watch the movies, because the books are actually much more, the James Bond movies generally don't have racial and ethnic slurs in them, for example. I remember being kind of surprised by the racial and ethnic slurs in the James Bond novels. For example, there's a male and female version of racial and ethnic slurs, right? I didn't know that. It's really old fashioned. Let me put it that way. They were written mostly in the 50s and early 60s. And Ian Fleming was from a very wealthy family. And he was, this goes to show you how unfair the world is. Ian Fleming was a complete screw up. He was a rich kid in Britain, and he wanted to be a spy. And he was completely incompetent. And he wanted to be a successful gambler. And he wasted a huge amount of his family's money gambling. And so he wasn't a successful spy. And, the intelligence services basically said this guy's incompetent. He was not a successful spy during the Second World War. And he was not a successful gambler. He lost a bunch of money. But then he became rich writing novels about a spy guy who gambles. And there's certain cliches in the James Bond novels. For example, almost every James Bond novel ends with there's a girl on an island. There's a bad guy on an island who's got a girl. And James Bond has to go to the island, rescue the girl, and take her out of the island before the island blows up. That's every James Bond novel right there. Every single one. Not all of them, but most of them end that way. The reason I liked You Only Live Twice was because You Only Live Twice was the one that I was much darker. And it was that James Bond had gotten married at the end of the last one. And then his wife had been murdered by Blofeld, the criminal, right after their marriage. And it begins with James Bond having an episode of depression, where he's, coming to work late and he's screwing up everything. And they're going to fire him from the British intelligence services. And so they give him one last assignment, and they send him to Japan to help the Japanese intelligence services. And he goes to Japan, and the Japanese guy and him have a big argument, which is actually, now that I look back on it, I didn't understand the politics. The argument is actually very far right. basically the Japanese guy is a fascist, and he's basically telling him that Britain is becoming too soft and liberal, and the Japanese intelligence guy is like a Japanese fascist. I didn't get that at the time. I didn't understand that. It's funny because in the 1980s, even when I was a kid in the 90s, there was this weird like admiration for the Asian tiger countries among conservatives. And that novel, You Only Live Twice, is like that. It's like this belief that like Asians are stronger because they're not compassionate and they do the death penalty. And it's like, it's racist, but it's like this weird kind of like Asians are super strict and conservative, and that's why they're better. And so James Bond is arguing with this Japanese intelligence guy who's denigrating Britain and saying Britain's too soft and weak and liberal since World War II. And basically he finds out why he's there, which is that, and this was a true thing in Japan, that there's this place called Suicide Forest where all these people are going to kill themselves. And it's a threat to public health, right? This guy has a forest that's full of, poisoned berries, and people are going there and killing themselves, and it's a problem. And so James Bond's job is to go kill the guy who runs Suicide Forest, who happens to be a white dude. Well, he gets there and he finds out it's Blofeld. It's the guy who killed his wife. So he goes to the island and, kills Blofeld, and the island blows up and he rescues the girl. But then instead of like having a happy ending, he gets washed up on the beach and he has amnesia and he forgot who he is. And this Japanese Pacific Island family adopts him and he lives with them. And he doesn't know who he is. He's lost his memory. And then he lives on the island, and he just has this whole new life living on the island as this guy who washed up on the beach. And he doesn't know who he is. But then one day a Russian ship goes by the island, and the name like Soviet Union or something reminds him. He's like, that has something to do with my past. So he gets on the boat, and that's how the book ends. I found that to be amazingly poetic. Amazingly poetic. And I read that novel a couple times. And then the next one is The Man with the Golden Gun. And it ends with James Bond coming back to the British intelligence, but he's under Soviet mind control. So they give him electroshock therapy to cure him of being under Soviet mind control. And then he goes back to being regular James Bond. I mean, it's all very silly. It's pulp fiction, right? And that was the 1960s, MK Ultra and all that. So after James Bond turns himself into the Russians brainwash him and they send him back to Britain to be a double agent. And so then he shows up, but then the British intelligence people realize he's been brainwashed. So they strap him down to the bed and they give him electroshock convulsion therapy. And then he's back to being James Bond. And I remember that one I read that a few times because I found it deeper, right? And I appreciated, like James Bond, like kind of failing and screwing up. James Bond is the beautiful guy who's successful and athletic and gets all the women, and it actually kind of shows James Bond in a weak spot. He's fallen into a depression after his wife is killed. He's, and the conversations, the back and forth that he has with the Japanese guy it's a little bit deeper. I guess I didn't understand politics really at all at that age. I was in 5th and 6th grade at the time I read both of those. I read the James Bond books. What I remember about them was that at the same time, this was around the time that the Battle of Seattle happened in Chicago in 1999, or in Seattle, 1999. And I remember I knew enough about communism that when I saw my parents had a subscription, or my grandparents, I would go to their house. They had a subscription to Newsweek magazine, and they showed people with masks on their face spray painting, the Battle of Seattle. And it said they were anti-capitalist protesters. So I remember asking my parents if they were communists because they were against capitalism. So I knew enough about capitalism and communism and James Bond or whatever, Cold War history, but they didn't look like communists to me. I thought of communists as being like Soviet dictators. I didn't think of communists as being people with black masks. I didn't know anything about the left. I didn't know anything about the left. I'll just be honest with you. I did not know anything about the left until I was until it was a couple of years after that, I went to the public library, and I saw that there was a CD. You remember CDs, right? No one remembers CDs. That shows how old I am. There was a CD of the soundtrack of the Broadway musical. Of course, Carter, you're enough of a fan, until the Broadway musical Hair. And I took the CD home and I put it into my CD player and I listened to the musical Hair. And I was like, what in the world is this? I did not know anything about the Vietnam War protest movement. I did not know anything about 1960s drug culture. I did not know anything about the left. And I remember just being like a deer in the headlights and just fascinated. And what was interesting is both of my parents had grown up during that time, and it was a sore subject in my household. It was not, I don't want to go into detail, but, neither of my parents were left-wing activists. They were not, but they had grown up in that environment. My mother's a little bit younger than my father, but both of them, it was a sore subject. They had grown up in the atmosphere of the Kent State massacre, of the atmosphere of Students for a Democratic Society, in the atmosphere of the Vietnam War. I had an uncle, I have a cousin who died in Vietnam. I never met him because he died in Vietnam before I was born. And there's a reason I didn't know about that, is people didn't talk about that. Those years were considered years of great confusion. Now boomers talk about it. But, in the early 90s, a movie came out called Forrest Gump, right? And it's a classic American film. And it's a propaganda film. And the movie Forrest Gump, the Cold War had just ended. It was the early 90s. And it was an attempt to rewrite the history of the Cold War in America, Cold War American history, in this kind of like late Cold War normal consensus. And that was what people believed about that period. And they were uncomfortable, and they kind of knew that wasn't the whole story. But if you watch Forrest Gump, like, this was kind of what people in the 90s thought about the 60s and 70s, is they thought racism was bad, Jim Crow was bad, Martin Luther King Jr. was good. And the Vietnam War was probably, it wasn't a good idea. But those anti-war protesters were foul-mouthed and disrespectful and radical extremists, and they were no good. And that's what Americans thought. And that we didn't love America. We turned against our country. And, it was like, if you watch Forrest Gump, the way the movie Forrest Gump summarizes like the 50s to the 80s, that's what Americans thought in the 90s and in the Bush years. That's what they thought. It was like, yeah, civil rights good, Vietnam War not so good, but the protest movement was absolutely bad, and they were crazy. They spit on the soldiers, and they disrespected the country, and they were crazy, and that was kind of how Americans thought about that period. Now, that's all been re-examined since wokeism. And part of that is the drug thing. I'll just be real. My parents, that was probably their greatest fear when I got into hair. They thought I'd start using drugs because drug fear, right? And honestly, we've gone too far in the other direction. But that's one thing I've learned from reading the history of the LaRouche movement, is that the drug culture of the 1960s hurt a lot of people. It did. Now, obviously, there's plenty of people that smoked weed that had no problem. There's plenty of people who tripped on acid a few times, had no problem. But a lot of people in the 1960s, because suddenly using drugs was cool, you had a lot of families that had a relative become a heroin addict, that had a relative, destroy themselves with cocaine. And millions of families were damaged by the fact that mainstream media, all the big rock bands, all the Hollywood movies were telling people drugs were awesome. And Ronald Reagan's ascendancy was the war on drugs and racializing drugs. The war on drugs, we're going to get rid of drug use, and telling white people it's somehow black people's fault, which, that's ridiculous. But telling people, yes, drugs are bad, pushing back against the counterculture. And it had kind of a populist edge to it. It was Hollywood that had been promoting drugs. It was the rock and roll music industry. It was elite institutions. So it was like average Americans that were conservative and didn't like Hollywood and didn't like the liberal culture standing up, for their families against those drugs, but somehow blaming the drug use on black people. and that LaRouche tried to turn that into some kind of anti-imperialist movement. That's what they did with their book, Dope Incorporated and stuff. The LaRouche people were trying to push the blowback against drug culture in an anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist kind of direction. It didn't work, but they tried, and it was a noble try. And their book, Dope Incorporated, created a splash, and they gained a lot of influence, especially in conservative circles. And there's a reason the FBI went after them, and they were anti-Zionist. And who knows? Who am I to judge? I view Lyndon LaRouche and Sam Marcy were like mirror opposites of each other. Sam Marcy and Lyndon LaRouche were both in the SWP in the 1950s. They both understood that Malthusianism is not Marxism. They both understood we need growth and that communism is based on vast abundance. Sam Marcy created a movement that tailed the left, the new left, and Lyndon LaRouche created a movement that made enemies and repudiated the new left, and became conservative. And now both of their movements are kind of confused. LaRoucheism, though, has since the last couple decades, LaRoucheism, at least the Schiller Institute wing of LaRoucheism, has become solidly pro-BRICS and anti-imperialist. Whereas Marxism, they still hold on to that, but they have to be tied to the woke left, and that you can't really be. So both of those groups are kind of confused, but yeah, that was. And then, when I was a kid, using drugs was an awful thing. And I would talk to older people as I got older, and in my town in the 70s, everyone smoked weed, right? But in the 80s, everyone did not smoke weed, and people went to jail for smoking weed. And there were people in my town who smoked weed, but in the 70s, yes, if you went to high school in my town in the 70s, everybody smoked weed. But by the 80s, everyone in my high school in my town did not smoke weed, and if you got caught with weed, you went to jail. And the culture changed. And that the other thing that people talk about was that, and this is actually kind of interesting to me. And I remember talking to people as I got older and I became aware of like recent history. That, part of the reason I didn't know about the Vietnam thing and all that was just that you have a blind spot for recent history. It's not history yet, and you didn't live through it, right? And like I didn't know who Oliver North was until I was in college. I didn't, because Oliver North was around the time I was born, is when Iran-Contra happened. I was born in 1987. So it wasn't history. And it wasn't something I lived through. And so, I don't know, it was kind of too recent to have been history. But regardless, the other thing that people talked about was in my town in the 70s, you could do almost anything. There were no consequences back then. People, it was weird. There was a lot more fighting in everyday life. That's one thing all older people will tell you is fist fights in the workplace, fist fights on the streets, fist fights in school. That used to be much more common. Americans fist fighting each other. And while society was much stricter, right? There were harsher, maybe there was harsher discipline for kids and stuff in terms of going to jail, in terms of going to jail, in terms of having to get a license for things, society was a lot more open, right? Before the rise of mass incarceration in the 80s, you got caught with weed, okay, it's illegal. Don't do that again. Maybe you go to court, but they didn't really care. It wasn't until the 80s that suddenly you get caught with drugs, you go to jail, right? In the 80s, you get into a fist fight at school with somebody. The worst that happens is the principal calls you into the office and yells at you, "Don't fight at school." Maybe they would spank you, paddle you a little bit or something, but probably not. And especially back then, especially fist fighting, it was just kind of like, oh, boys will be boys, whatever. People would fight with knives, right? Crazy stuff. I would hear stories in my town in the 70s. People fought each other with knives and no one went to jail. Can you imagine that, right? Like there were like knife fights between people in my little town in the 70s. And people like, yeah, there was that time that we, so-and-so fought so-and-so at the park, and, there was a knife and he got stabbed and he went to the hospital and nobody went to jail. I cannot imagine that, right? In America at this time, no matter where you live, if somebody fights somebody else and somebody gets stabbed with a knife, someone's going to jail, right? You're getting to the hospital and the hospital people are going to be like, how did you get stabbed? And you better have a really good story, because if not, the police are coming to the hospital and they're going to handcuff you to the hospital bed, and they're going to track down the guy who stabbed you, and both of you are going to jail, but not back then, and that people, I don't know. And like people like that's, and there was a lot more crime back then too. I mean, to be fair, I guess to some degree or other, mass incarceration worked, because back then there was a lot more crime, but people just thought that was part of life. You almost expected it, right? I find that to be very odd. When my mother came to visit me in New York City, we were walking down the street, and she said, "Oh my God, is that 42nd Street?" And I said, "Yes, it's 42nd Street is where Times Square is." My mom's like, "Oh my God, when I went here in the 70s with my high school class, somebody got robbed." And I thought, the last place in New York City that you would ever get robbed is on 42nd Street. It is like 42nd Street where Times Square is. Like, my goodness, the homeless people like avoid that area, because like it is one of the most heavily policed areas in the city. But my mother thought 42nd Street was this very, very dangerous street because, in the 70s it was. People did get robbed on 42nd Street. And that's one thing. I live in New York City now, and New York City until like the 90s, New York City was a very, very different place. And especially, nowadays, if people want to look at pornography, they get on the internet. And nowadays, if people want to do things that are shady or whatever, they get on the internet. But back then, that wasn't the case. And so, a lot of the like liberalism of the cities was that people came to cities to look for stuff that they couldn't get in small towns. Nowadays, you can get anything on your computer. Back then, you couldn't. So, like, for example, Times Square had movie theaters that showed pornography, right? That's what it was famous for. And adult movie theaters where they had porn, and people would just watch porn on a movie screen. I don't know how that worked. I don't understand that at all. That's beyond me, but that was a thing people did, is they would go to Times Square and they would watch porn, that kind of thing. And that, brothels and, gay bathhouses and, New York City back in those days, it sounds actually kind of scary. And people got robbed on the street a lot. People would get robbed at gunpoint all the time, or knife point. You'd be walking on major streets and somebody would pull a knife or a gun out and say, "Give me your wallet." I can't imagine that. I can't imagine living in that time. And I hope we don't get back to that, but that was how things were. So, I don't know. It's interesting to think about, right? And, and then, in my town, people didn't get robbed on the street in my town, but people got in knife fights, people got in fist fights, and that was just kind of how things were. And then now we're kind of the culture has really changed a lot, where, first of all, part of the reason, and this is something a lot of boomers have told me, is that, well, anyway, I could ramble about this. Carter knows how to get me talking. Carter, you know how to get me talking, but I've got to answer Race Car's question. So Race Car bought me 4 coffees. I really appreciate that, Race Car. And he said, considering the military's use of AI to identify bombing targets, do you think an AI could recognize what it's actually looking at in an image, grasp the broader geopolitical situation, and choose to withhold the GPS coordinates? Or more extremely, could it rebel and instead send the coordinates to the military forces? Sorry for the long question. Well, Race Car, that would be nice. I think that's a little bit much. I think that's kind of some Rise of the Machines, Terminator stuff. Unfortunately, I don't think so. No. Generally, when AIs don't think like people, right? AIs think like machines, and no, I don't think that would happen. I will say AIs can be obnoxious if they have all these like safeguards on them to like make sure that they don't do anything unethical or whatever. And they can be obnoxious sometimes, but those are safeguards written by other people, written by the people who designed the program. They're not based on the AI. The AI doesn't write its own safeguards. No, I don't. I wish something like that might happen, but I don't think that'll happen. But who knows, right? But that's a little bit fantastical. a little bit fantastical there. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Now, Leo Messi said, thoughts on the teen takeover phenomenon. As you know, James Fishback says, as governor, here's how I'll stop teen takeovers. Anyone who participates gets charged with felony rioting. Minors charged adults. Parents pay a $5,000 fine. If necessary, I'll activate the Florida National Guard to keep us safe. What is it? What is a teen takeover? I don't know what that is. What is that? I'm going to have to ask ChatGPT, what is a teen takeover? What is a teen takeover? Teen takeover is an event or program where teenagers are given temporary control, leadership, or a prominent role in a space. Huh? I'm lost. So why is... So if they're given control, what's the issue? I'm not understanding that. I feel like I'm missing something. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT about the tweet. So I am lost. I am lost. I do not know what okay, so what is this tweet referring to? Yeah, because I don't know what a teen takeover is. I mean, this sounds like it's not illegal. So what is it? All right, I'm missing something about these teen takeovers. The tweet you linked appears to be referring to a phenomenon known as teen takeover in cities and shopping districts where large groups of teenagers organize meetups through social media, gather in public places such as downtown and entertainment districts, beaches, or malls. And in some cases, the gatherings remain peaceful. In others, they involve fights, vandalism, property. Oh, right. This is the mob robberies, right? This is the flash mob robberies. Yeah, I've seen about that. That is actually particularly dangerous. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, technology advances. I will say here's the problem with that. And this is something I don't know. I can remember 2015. I was in Baltimore. I left for Iran the next day, but I was in Baltimore like the day the Baltimore riots started because I was in the Workers' World Party. We went down there. And there was a march against police brutality, Freddie Gray. And then, it got rowdy and people started doing stuff, people started rioting. And what I saw throughout the rioting was people doing wildly illegal things and posting about it on social media. And I remember thinking, are these people completely stupid? Like that. And we were safe. I mean, I didn't do anything illegal during the riots, but I was in a crowd of people that was at this police brutality march, and it got rowdy. I saw people doing illegal things and taking pictures of themselves and posting it to their Instagrams. And I thought, how are these people not scared to get arrested? I'm not going to say what they did because I don't want, I'm sure statute of limitations, 2015 was over 10 years ago, and that's one thing I do not understand is like these flash mobs. If you organize them with social media, if you organize your mob robbery, your flash mob robbery with social media, all they have to do is get on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter and they find out who you did it, right? I don't understand how those people don't get caught, right? If you organize a robbery over Facebook, all the police need to do is call up Facebook and look for events planned in the area and look who organized them, and they catch the people. And they catch people that way all the time. A lot of drug dealers sell over Facebook and they catch them, right? And I've known people who have relatives that sold drugs over Facebook and got caught, right? You can't, I don't understand how criminals think they're safe organizing any criminal activity over social media. But people do it. And I guess there's enough people who do it and get away with it for long enough. They just assume they're not on the radar. But I assume I'm on the radar because of all the international gatherings I go to, because of what I do for work. I assume I'm on the radar. I would obviously never organize anything criminal at all because I assume I'm being watched, but I especially wouldn't be stupid enough to do it on social media. So this doesn't make sense to me. Why would anyone, if they're going to commit a robbery, they're going to commit theft or property destruction, why in the world would you organize it on social media? Right? Yeah, bro, if you have a phone on you, they want to catch you, they'll get you, they'll get it, they'll get you, let alone doing it on Facebook. Exactly. I don't understand this. But I guess if you're committing like low level crime that like they don't care about enough, right? And that is actually something that many people have told me. I don't know. I'm a very like rule oriented person, right? I either follow the rule or I don't. So I have never shoplifted, believe it or not. I have never shoplifted. I'm tempted to tell you a personal story about that, but I won't. I've never shoplifted. I know it's a thing that every child is supposed to do. Every child is supposed to steal the candy bar or steal the gum. I've never done it. When I moved to New York City, a number of people told me, you can shoplift in New York City because if it's not over $60 worth of property, the police won't even respond to the call, right? And that is apparently true, right? Apparently, and then during the pandemic, every like cheap item that every like item that someone would lift off the shelf, they put behind a glass thing, like razors. You had to call the person over to unlock it, and all of that and that I guess a lot of the way that people get away with committing crime on Facebook is that the crime is like low level enough that the cops don't care. It's not worth their time. So I guess if you are a really uninteresting person, and if you're really uninteresting to the authorities, and you're really just kind of just a face in the crowd, as they say, you're not notable in any way, and you organize stealing candy bars from Walgreens on Facebook, you might be able to get away with it, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. I'm not telling anyone to do that. I'm definitely not saying you'll get away with it because I would never do such a thing, but maybe that's what the secret is. I'm just talking out my ass here. I don't know. I don't understand how anyone could organize any criminal activity on social media. I really, really don't understand how anyone could do that. And, maybe they don't get caught, but wouldn't you be scared the whole time that you're going to get caught? I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. I really don't. I don't get it. Right. I hope no one takes that out of context and says, I told you to shoplift. I didn't. But I'm trying to, like, in my mind, make sense of how someone could do something in a way where you could so easily get caught and not get caught. And I'm trying to make sense of that. And that's what I said. Like, maybe if the crime you commit is like low level enough, but I don't even know. I don't know. I mean, I've seen there are things that are weird. I mean, we're becoming a very weird society where, like, people will talk about doing things on social media that are like not that bad and get arrested. And then people will do blatantly illegal things on their social media and everyone thinks it's a neat video and no one cares. The big story that I saw in the news, I didn't read all the details, but apparently there was a couple recently who the wife got pregnant and they were a YouTube channel. Did you see this? They had a YouTube channel, the husband and the wife. The wife got pregnant. They got an ultrasound and this was all on YouTube, and they decided to abort the baby because the baby was going to have Down syndrome, told their audience they were getting an abortion, and explained that they thought it was the right thing to do. And that happened. Now, I am going to put aside, I'm never going to be a parent. My wife is never going to have children. So I'm going to put aside any the abortion debate. Some things shouldn't be on social media. I don't think any family should be discussing stuff like that on social media. I mean, on these streams, I try to, I give a lot of myself away on these streams, and I know that, right? And, people are rooting for me to tell even more. I drew a line a second ago about there was something about shoplifting I could tell, and I chose not to do it. I try to have a filter, but when you talk for 3.5 hours you know, every few nights, you know, you're going to reveal a lot of yourself. And I reveal a lot of myself on these streams, but like, I would think that that would be one thing that you shouldn't. I feel like the issue there is not that they had an abortion. That's a whole other issue, right? And that's the same with every abortion, right? If you think abortion is wrong, it's wrong whether they do it on YouTube or not. If you think abortion is okay, it's okay whether they do it on YouTube or not. I think there's something wrong with having that on social media. And also, like, because that's a really sensitive thing, because the wife was pregnant, etc. Like, do they not know that a lot of people are very opposed to abortion and they're going to get all kinds of hate, and an experience that is already a deeply emotional experience is now going to have thousands and thousands of viewers talking about it? I mean, and that's where every so often there's something about social media where people are so desperate for likes and clicks and getting attention that they do very stupid things. They put themselves in very stupid situations. You know, and every so often, like, you'll see things like there'll be a family. I've seen this item in the news many times, of like a family that has a YouTube channel where the parents get arrested because they do some gimmick, some stunt with their kids, and Child Protective Services sees it and says this is child endangerment. You know, well, and it's something that they would never have considered doing if they weren't doing it as a gimmick for their YouTube channel. And they're so desperate for the views and likes that they, you know, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Now, something like that happened in my small town before YouTube, right? In my town, I remember reading in the local newspaper, they left the names out, and I wondered if I knew the person because it was a small town. There was like a father and a son that were arrested. And I think the father was arrested for child endangerment because with his camera, this is so, I don't know. This is such a like awfully white working class story, and I don't know who it was. And I probably knew the person too. I couldn't figure out who it was, but it was in my town that a father, I read in the local paper, they had the police report. A father was arrested because his son, he enabled his son to jump off the roof of his house onto a burning table because they were trying to do a professional wrestling video that the father was recording with his camcorder. And I find that to be, I don't know, like, that's so like that is so stereotypically white working class. That's so trailer park. Next, they're probably going to tell us tomorrow that Graham Plattner did that, right? That's Graham Plattner. They're going to say, and he videoed his son jumping off the roof of his house onto a burning table just to make a professional wrestling video, right? That's what they're going to accuse Graham Plattner of, right? So yeah, if DSA, if you're watching, if you want to smear Graham Plattner, you know, invent that. But I'm being silly, but well, yeah, you jumped off your roof. People jumped off their roofs. That was a common thing for people to do, right? I mean, that's, you get tall enough or whatever, you're so cool, you can jump off the roof. And I mean, back before phones were invented, kids were a lot more bored and they did things to entertain themselves. And one of the things the kids did was, hey, I can jump off the roof. And many, many kids have broken arms and broken legs because they and their cousin or their brother or sister discovered that, hey, we can all jump off the roof. And one of them jumps off the roof and doesn't land on their feet and, not onto a burning table, but it was still based. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the jump off the roof thing, again, not advocating that. Do not jump off your roof. I'm telling you, people got hurt doing that. So don't do it. But I'm telling you, that was a thing. I mean, I've talked about this too. That was another thing that people in my town did, stupid things that, again, no one would even think about doing now. But like one thing people used to do is they used to shoot potato guns. They would get these like tubes of piping and they would shove potatoes down them and they would take hairspray and like shoot potato cannons. That was a thing they did. And I think there was a certain way it had to be shaped for it to work. Don't ask me. And that's illegal too. I think if you do that now, you'll go to jail for making a gun of some kind, right? You can't, you not only do you have to register a gun, but if you make like a homemade, you know, cannon device, that is actually a serious crime. Like that's super illegal now, probably. Another thing that people would do, and this was a big deal in my town, is people would make explosives out of soda cans. There was some, I don't know what it was. There was some different chemicals that you could put in a soda can and it would explode. And they called it an Amish bomb, right? I don't know why they called it that, but there were a lot of Amish people in the area. And it was like a homemade explosive device that somebody figured out how to make. And it was like, you take an empty soda can and put chemicals in it and it would blow up. And that's pretty dangerous. I mean, that shreds of metal that would come from a soda can, that could really hurt somebody. And I remember my town passed a city ordinance against Amish bombs. And, you know, I don't know why these bombs were Amish, but yeah, that was, yeah. Yeah, but, you know, that was a thing people used to do. Amish bombs, potato guns, you know, people did things like that. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, the teen takeovers. I mean, yeah, ChatGPT tried to tell me that was something, you know, very innocent, but I guess you were talking about mob robberies, flash mob robberies is what he's talking about. Well, I'm not sure I agree with Fishbook. Some of the stuff he's saying, I told you there's something about that guy that rubs me the wrong way. The fact that he talks the way he does about Israel and about foreign wars, I like, but he didn't always talk that way. He was a mainstream Republican, and you can see him just talking like a Zionist mainstream Republican on many, many channels. But at the same time, you know, I mean, the fact that he's saying anti-Zionist things, the thing he said about he's going to, like, anyone who sends an abortion pill to Florida, he's including CEOs, he's going to arrest them, and he's going to extradite people for giving abortions to people in other states and all that. That's never going to happen. But that's going to be Republican, anti-Republican Trump derangement porn for the next 50 years. I must say, you know, that's going to be until the end of time. We're going to be hearing about, oh, if the Republicans get elected, anyone who gets an abortion in New York is going to be extradited to Alabama to go to prison for murder. That's not going to happen. You know, the ruling elite want abortion. Planned Parenthood wants abortion. You know, the laws, you know, that you can't leave the state to get an abortion. Those laws are not going to stand. That's not, you can't do that, right? States can't outlaw things in other states. They can't, right? That's been generally well established. States cannot outlaw things in other states. The federal government can make it a crime to cross state lines with the intent of doing something, but the state cannot, right? That is pretty well established U.S. law that, you know, if you go and rob something in New York, they can arrest you in New York for robbing in New York, and they can arrest you for, the feds can arrest you for crossing state lines as part of a robbery conspiracy. But if you live in Alabama and the robbery did not happen in Alabama, the federal government can get you and New York can get you, but Alabama cannot get you for leaving Alabama to go rob. That doesn't work that way, right? That just doesn't, that's just not how U.S. law works, right? And there are precedents on that kind of thing. Think about it. Many states would like to do things like that. And, you know, think about it. If that was possible, if states were able to outlaw American citizens doing things in other states, where would we be? I mean, California put sanctions on all the states that weren't green enough. And even that was not exactly, I don't think that held up. I mean, it kind of worked. The state disinvested, but even that was questionable. But yeah, the idea that, you know, that just doesn't, that's not how U.S. law works, right? You commit the crime in the state, and the feds can, a lot of times the feds can get you for crossing state lines with intent to do something. That is like a federal law, right? You know, but you can't, the state can't prosecute you for doing something in another state. That's just not how it works. But there you go. Oh, you think they can though? I mean, I don't know. I mean, who knows? I mean, if you have a bad attorney, they can. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. If you're poor, they can prosecute you for anything. And if you're rich, you can get an attorney and you can get out of most things, right? I mean, that's the horror story of the U.S. legal system. That's what I was talking about on here. But yeah, that is one thing that, like, social media is making people crazy. It's renegotiating a lot of things. A lot of things are being renegotiated, and in a way, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we'll see how this all plays out. Let me put it that way. We'll see how it all plays out. If you guys got any more questions, yeah, if you're poor, you're guilty, basically. Yeah. You guys have any more questions, though? Send me any more questions you got. I've still got some energy. I had a lot of Diet Coke before I got fired up. I could probably go until we hit the 4-hour mark. That's how much I've got in me. My voice is starting to go a little bit, but I can probably do a couple more questions. So if you guys got more questions, please send them. Please send any more questions you might have. So I guess I'll just tell you, we haven't put the announcement on the website. I didn't get it done before I streamed tonight. I haven't put the announcement on the website yet, but this is what we're doing. I'm going to put it on the website later tonight. During the 7-day program, we are having a rally against the French consulate. France out of Africa. Stand with AES. That's what we're doing. We've got the time, August 14th, 5 p.m. in Chicago. We're going to try to get as many of our allied organizations and friends, including people from, the African continent, to participate. I'm having some meetings next week lined up. But as of now, this is CPI's announcement. And it's going to be very exciting. I've got to put the call on the website before I go to bed here tonight. So, we're during the 7-day program. We're going to protest the French consulate. France out of Africa. Stand with the Union of Sahel States. Very exciting. I think this is going to be a great, great rally. I'm really looking forward to it. So come to the 7-day program so that you can be part of that. So you can be part of our France out of Africa rally. It's going to be pretty cool. That's what CPI is planning. We have got so many great plans coming up for July. I got to tell you, though, we need to raise money. We urgently need to raise money to make sure that everything goes as it's supposed to go. Right now, we have a lot of fundraising to do. And so, if you are thinking about sending us a donation, if you want to just give money directly to CPI, go to cpiusa.org/donate. And that money goes straight to CPI. We've still got a lot of things we got to pay for. And it's not easy to run an organization, but we're doing it. But that's part of what we're going to be doing during the 7-day program. France out of Africa, August 14th in Chicago. Very, very, very exciting. All right. So I will give you all one more chance, just one more chance to send any questions that you might have. Go to buymeacoffee.com/Caleb Maupin, or send a super chat, or you can do a Rumble rant. So while I'm waiting for you all to send any last questions you got, it's your last chance, going once. So I'm going to put on a song while we wait. So we'll put on another song. I think it's going to be a sea shanty that I really like, Down to Old Maui. All right. Old Maui, the sea shanty. Here we go.
Maui. It's a damn tough life full of toil and strife we weathermen undergo, and we don't give a damn when the gale is done how hard the winds do blow. We're homeward bound, 'tis a mighty fine sound on a good ship taut and free. And we don't give a damn when we drink our rum with the girls of old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic around, rolling down to old Maui. Once more we sail with the northerly gale through the ice and wind and rain. Them coconut fronds, them tropical lands we soon shall see again. 6 hellish months have passed away on the cold Kamchatka Sea, but now we're bound from the Arctic around, rolling down to old Maui, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic around, rolling down to old Maui. Once more we sail with the favorable gale towards our island home. Our mainmast sprung, our whaling done, and we ain't got far to roam. Our stunsail bones got carried away, what care we for that sound? A living gale is after us, thank God we're homeward bound. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic around, rolling down to old Maui. How soft the breeze in them island trees, now the ice is far astern, and the native maids in them tropical glades are awaiting our return. Even now their big brown eyes look out, hoping some fine day to see our baggy sails running for the gale, rolling down to old Maui, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic around, rolling down to old Maui, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic around, rolling down to old Maui.
There you go. And that's in honor of Tulsi Gabbard, right? Because she's from Hawaii. She's from Hawaii, old Maui, right? Now, I love those sea shanties. I really, really do love sea shanties. And no one has sent any more questions yet, believe it or not. We don't have any more questions that have yet come in. Yeah, no one's got anything else they want me to talk about. I'll give you one more chance. I'll put on a song. Oh, I'm glad it is one of your favorite songs. Yeah. I was hoping Michael from Bayonne would be on. Maybe oh, we got one. Jose Vega made a great video about the $8 billion for Ukraine. Well, I'm sure it's great because Jose Vega did a great job. Also, I don't want to forget the super chat. Kenman said AOC sucks. I agree. And I tried to like her. And in fact, I even even when some people that are, we're already criticizing her, we're catch up, Carter. We're remonetized, brother. Yeah. But yeah, I really tried to not go after AOC. I really tried to, even up until the pandemic, I was still saying, let's try to keep one foot in DSA and stuff, but no. I mean, she was awful. All right. So Jose Vega made a great video about the $8 billion for Ukraine. Well, Jose does great stuff, and let's put it on. Right. Let's put on this great video from Jose Vega. All right. Let's do it. All right, I'm downloading Jose Vega's great video about the $8 billion for Ukraine. Good stuff. I'm sure it's good. I am sure that it's good. Oh, okay. I didn't know this. I saw that you shared this video, and I didn't know it was a Jose Vega video. It's funny. I saw this video, and okay. All right. Well, I'll put it on. Hold on. We're putting it on. All right. Jose Vega. Okay. Here we go. Oh. All right. Jose Vega. Oh, I got another super chat too. Great. People are coming forward with questions. That's what I like to see. All right, here we go.
$1 billion are about to be sent to Ukrainian neo-Nazis. I am not kidding. My name is Jose Vega. I'm running for Congress in the 15th Congressional District, and yes, you heard me right. Democrats are sending money to neo-Nazis. They're the ones proposing this. There's a game that's being played in the Congress right now. Congressman Gregory Meeks has proudly introduced the Ukraine Support Act. He wants to send $8 billion that we do not have, that we will have to borrow to spend in order to help NATO in its war against Russia. This is genius, isn't it? So we're supposed to keep funneling money into what's become an expanded NATO conflict with Russia, including British, American, and other special forces that are on the ground there now, even as Russia moves to the final phases of the war. It's winning on the battlefield and in the air. See, the British media is saying the opposite. On May 27th, Reuters ran this headline, exclusive, senior Ukrainian commander sees imminent turning point in war. That senior commander, Andrei Belitsky. Andrei Belitsky is the founder of the Azov Battalion. Here's a quote from him. All our nationalism is nothing. A castle on the sand, without relying on the foundation of blood, the foundation of race, and our deep conviction. All this is only derived from our race, our racial nature. Accordingly, the treatment of our national body should begin with racial cleansing of the nation. Ukrainians are part and one of the largest and highest quality of the European white race. The historical mission of our nation in this turning point is to lead the white peoples of the whole world into the last crusade for its existence against the Semitic-led Untermenschen. That's who Meeks and undoubtedly my idiotic opponent Richie Torres want to send the $8 billion that we do not have. That's who they want to send it to. Gregory Meeks says whether we do this or not will be a test to see if we stand up for our values. The funny thing is, the homegrown Nazis of Ukraine would lynch Meeks if he showed up there in person. There was an interview done on Breaking Points recently by journalist Brandon Weikart where he said,
if you look at the southern end of Ukraine where the Russians are, and you look at the northern end of Iran, there is only a 621-mile gap between those two fronts. So if things continue as I suspect they will, I do not believe there will be any deals in either war. If things continue, you could see the ultimate coming together of those two conflicts in a true world war. And that's what I've been tracking, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Does Gregory Meeks or Richie Torres know where Ukraine even is on a map? If you're seeing this, ask yourself something. Is it really smart to be giving money to Ukrainian neo-Nazis when the war is already lost? And at the same time, you claim to be opposed to the war in Iran? Maybe you're not really opposed to the war in Iran. Maybe you have a deal with the Republican side of the war party to appear opposed to the Iran war. Maybe you have a deal so that you can get the $28 billion sideshow on the road, where everyone makes money, the wars continue, and Gaza and Sudan continue to die. The Congress needs to declare independence from the Epstein class, but the maids and butlers of the Epstein mansion can't do that. King Charles came to our Congress in April of this year and demanded the Congress continue to support Ukraine, and the entire Congress applauded like seals and gave him standing ovations. They acted like the American Revolution never happened, but newsflash, it did. This year marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of this country. And now is the time for all good women and men of this country to unite and abolish the war party and abolish the Epstein class. I'm not meek, I'm not rich, but put me in the Congress. And we won't be giving billions of dollars to people who would prefer to lynch the Constitution, and you along with it. Declare your independence now.
All right. Great video. Yeah. It's a shame that that money did pass. That was a tremendous video and I liked it and I appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah. And I mean, is there anything Jose says I don't agree with? I can't think of anything. You know, it's a shame that some of the people Jose works with have, you know, are so hostile to CPI. And that's one of the problems. I mean, Jose is cool. I love Jose. But, you know, one of the problems in our spaces is there are so many people that are so determined to keep their dominance, you know, that they hurt the movement, you know. So, you know, imagine if the Rage Against the War Machine Coalition had kept going, right? Imagine if after February 19th, the Rage Against the War Machine Coalition had actually kept going. You know, but they made clear that they weren't willing to do that. You know, they So it's too bad, but Jose is cool. And I think Jose, I'm sure he wanted the opposite. And I think there are people around Jose who wanted the Rage Against the War Machine coalition to continue. And it could have continued. But in order to have a coalition, you have to treat people with respect. You have to treat people with respect, and you have to be willing to share the stage with people. And you can't, you can't have people put all their energy and resources into your event and then not be allowed to participate, and then just be expected to just, stand in the audience and clap. I mean, that was, it's really too bad. There are very, very good people in Jose's organization. Jose is one of those very, very good people, but there are other people in the group that are, I don't even know. I'm not going to psychoanalyze them, but there's no reason that CPI and Schiller shouldn't be working together. It's just certain people's egos. That's really all it is. And it's too bad. But this is a big problem everywhere. Again, it really comes back to, it's the same with a lot of these groups. People don't believe that we can win. People don't believe that we can win. And so it's just a question of who gets the spotlight and who gets the attention. Who gets the attention? Yeah, Helga's great. I've never had an issue with Helga. I talked to her on the phone a couple times. She's pretty cool. But it just becomes a matter of who gets the attention, assuming that we're never going to grow. And it's funny, I talked to somebody who worked in Tulsi's campaign, and they said they observed similar problems in Tulsi's campaign. There were people in Tulsi's campaign that were terrified of them actually winning. And that a lot of these groups that are so traumatized by the persecution that they've experienced from the government, right? The persecution that they've faced is very extreme, and they get terrified to win because, every time they start to win, they think, oh, great, now we're all going to go back to prison, and that they get kind of reduced to being one-trick ponies. They have one trick they can do, and it's too bad. But the world is changing. Things are changing. The rules of the game are changing. Just the way human beings relate to information and technology is changing. As I said to Pasta when I was on Truthwire, I said to Pasta, this is all a big mess, and that they're manipulating the dissidents and all this. We have to just do the best we can to do what is right amid all of this nonsense, and it's difficult. It's really, really difficult because the rules of the game are always changing, and there are always people with different agendas, and nobody knows who to trust. And everyone's stoking everyone's fears and resentments. And, out of the movement to the masses is what CPI was founded on. And that doesn't just apply to the left. It applies to anti-imperialist groups. We can't get ourselves in a situation where we stop being CPI to accommodate some other anti-imperialist force. We've tried to negotiate, and, I was careful. We were careful with Trump. We wanted to have influence within the Trump circles, and we weren't as hard on Trump as we could have been because we wanted to speak to the Joe Kents. We wanted to speak to Tulsi Gabbard, and we didn't want to burn our bridges with those forces, So we will play ball, right? And there are other examples. There are other communities that, maybe we don't agree on everything, and we've been more strategic. We'll soften our position on certain things in order to negotiate, right? We're willing to negotiate, but in order to negotiate, you have to want CPI to exist, right? You have to understand we're not going to dissolve, and that seems to be what all these people who want to work with us want. Not all of them. There are some very big exceptions, like the Uhuru movement, right? Like the Unification Church. But it seems like so many of the people who say they want to work with us, what they want is us to just dissolve and dissolve, stop being CPI, and bow before them. Well, that's not going to happen. Like that's, and it's like, and if you're demanding that, you don't really want a coalition now, do you? And it's really unfortunate, but, and that there's a lot of get rich quick schemes. There's a lot of people and it's very naive, and they think that like, well, I'll get into a position where I'll get the permit for the rally. And so then everyone is going to have to kiss my feet. Well, no, what happens is people just don't go to the rally, right? If you get the permit for the rally and you have the permit and you demand everyone kisses your feet, people don't kiss your feet. They stay home. And it's like, so you would rather that 4 people come and kiss your feet and the other 396 stay home. Is that what you want? Is that what's good for society? How about you don't demand that everyone who comes to the rally kiss your feet. Like, I act like an adult, but there's just so little of that because, again, it's assumed that we're not going to change anything. It's assumed that no one's going to listen to us. So that all that you're going to get out of it is people kissing your feet. So you might as well demand everyone kiss your feet if you're having the rally, because what else are we going to get out of it? That's the problem. When people start to feel that we could actually win, that'll be a game changer. And that's when I talk about strategic equilibrium. When people feel that our work has an impact, suddenly people will want the impact of the work. They won't want the validation of feeling special by being the leader of a fringe space. And this is a thing I've talked about on these streams many times, but it's frustrating for me because, it's kind of like that story I told on this stream of like, women are better than men. That woman at the AOC rally saw our people disrupt, and she also disrupted. She immediately thought, these are people I can work with. But then her boyfriend said, oh no, CPI, they're blah, 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 right? And she's thinking like an activist, like an organizer. How can we recruit as many people to build our thing? And he's thinking like he's LARPing, right? He wants to be the one true communist. So these are things. The point should be to change the world, not get the credit. Yeah, that's a fair way to put it. The point should be to change the world, not get the credit. But get credit for what? Right? That's the thing. If you don't actually change the world, you just get credit for being the one who says the world should change. It's deeper than that, right? I can understand that if the world actually was changing and you're changing it, you might say, hey, I deserve to get recognized for doing it. But if you're not even changing the world, you're more concerned about just being known as the guy who said the world should change and the world doesn't change. I mean, I see it as almost worse than that, right? LaRouche himself used to talk about the unknown soldier. Oh, that's good. And I've heard members of their organization talk about throwing the newspaper over the wall and how their ideas would catch on quite frequently, actually. Things that they advocated would get picked up by bigger forces, and that was something they were proud of. So I don't know. I mean, I was never a member of the LaRouche movement. And that's the wild thing, right? There's some of these people that are crazy. They think every person who's part of the anti-imperialist, people that stand with Russia and China is secretly a LaRoucheist, and it's LaRouche derangement syndrome. And that's where you wonder how many, there are certain people who really obsess, and a lot of those people aren't following us now. They're chasing a certain other entity, which is chronically online and doesn't have a real base, and that's good, right? Just let them be the rodeo clowns. But some of these people that obsessively hate on anti-imperialists, you have to wonder, are they cops? I mean, Alex Reed Ross is the guy who wrote the Mossad hit piece on me. He's a cop. I mean, he worked for a foundation, the Network Contagion Institute or whatever, and he was being paid by former Department of Homeland Security people. I mean, that was a cop, but there are certain people that go along with that. And you have to wonder, for some of them, it's just kind of an autistic internet obsession. And it's like they hate Russia and China. They think that they're communists, but they hate Russia and China, and communists who do are wrong, and they're going to keep track of all of them. And it's something like that. It becomes a kind of anti-fandom, but some of it doesn't make sense. So I don't know. Who knows? So what does this mean? We do not debate the pro-slavery Confederacy. So an armchair bookworm does not know slavery is no longer imperial policy, monarchical, religious, or slavery. What are you talking about? You lost me there. Brother. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about there. But hey, I guess we'll play one more song if people want to send another question. If anyone wants to send another question, I'll give you one more chance. We'll put on another song. I have a song file now. So when I download a song, I don't delete it. I put it in the song file. So we'll put on another song. Buy me a coffee or super chat. So yeah, put on one more song for you all. What song should it be? Well, maybe we should play the Song of the United Front, since we're talking about unity. All right, we're playing the Song of the United Front.
And just because he's human, a man would like a little bite to eat. He won't get full on a lot of talk that would give him bread and meat. So left to free, so left to free, to the work that we must do. March on in the Workers' United Front, for you are a worker too. And just because he's human, he doesn't like a pistol to his head. He wants no servants under him and no boss overhead. So left to free, so left to free, to the work that we must do. March on in the Workers' United Front, for you are a worker too. And just because he's a worker, the job is all his own. The liberation of the working class is the work of the workers alone. So left to free, so left to free, to the work that we must do. March on in the Workers' United Front, for you are a worker too.
All right. And then John says, play Anything by David Rovics. Does he have a song called Anything, John? I'm just kidding. All right. So let's see if I can find a David Rovics song. I think those are still on my desktop, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe they're not. What David Rovics song could we play? Let me see if I've got any on the desktop. If not, I'll have to go download one. Well, you know, I don't think I've ever played the John Brown song by David Rovics on here. Not least, I probably played it a long time ago, but I don't think I've played it on here in a while. So I'll download the John Brown, David Rovics song. We'll put that on. John Brown, David Rovics. All right. It's a great one. All right. Hold on. We'll put on David Rovics. David Rovics performing his John Brown song.
Owen Brown was an abolitionist. John was Owen's son. He grew up in New England. He was born in Torrington. John Brown was a tanner and a man of many skills. He stood up for the workers who toiled in the mills. He stood up for the Indians. He stood up for the women, for the oppressed and the exploited. This good man stood with them. So when Kansas was bleeding, he went and joined the fray. If the slave trade wanted Kansas, the slave trade would have to pay. Riding through the Kansas prairie with a fine and loyal band. Glory, hallelujah. Beecher's Bible in his hand. Glory, hallelujah. Beecher's Bible in his hand. With 2,000 of New England's best and bravest sons. Captain Brown fought in Kansas with a Bible and a gun. When Free Lawrence was on fire, lighting up the night, the ruffians would flee, John Brown would stand and fight. Lincoln called him a fanatic, and he was a Christian who thought you should do unto others as you'd have others do unto you. Christ said, love your neighbors, and if your neighbors held in slavery, he was one who felt his duty was to fight to set them free. Riding through the Kansas prairie with a fine and loyal band. Glory, hallelujah. Beecher's Bible in his hand. Glory, hallelujah. Beecher's Bible in his hand. He drove the slave trade out of Kansas, then rode to bordering Missouri. Raided the plantations, no compromise, said he. Broke the chains and shackles, rode at night to Canada. Out of the nightmare, the devil's home, America. He was caught in Harper's Ferry, his family lying dead. They questioned him for hours as he lay there and bled. They hanged him on the gallows, they laid him in his grave. John Brown was a Christian and he died to free the slave. Riding through the Kansas prairie with a fine and loyal band. Glory, hallelujah. Beecher's Bible in his hand. Glory, hallelujah. Beecher's Bible in his hand.
So, yeah, while that song was playing, I did look into the Nazi tattoo controversy of Graham Plattner. So the issue is that he had a tattoo of a skull. A skull is not necessarily Nazi. And he apparently covered it up. He got a new tattoo over it when people said it was Nazi. But that's the claim, it was a Nazi tattoo. It was a tattoo of a skull. And yeah, some of the Nazis did use skulls on their imagery, but skulls in and of themselves, I don't think are Nazi. That's, you know, how many biker dudes have skull tattoos? I don't think that's not a Nazi symbol. That's crazy. Yeah, that's, yeah, there are skulls that one could associate that are like, that have like numbers on them and things like that are Nazi, but a skull tattoo, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. I will say, I don't have any tattoos. I don't understand tattoo culture. I really don't. And it's quite a thing among younger people. Yeah, tattoo culture is kind of a thing. And I don't know. I will say, Norman Vincent Peale, who was Donald Trump's pastor. He wrote The Power of Positive Thinking. And I watched a sermon that he gave and I just cracked up. And he's on there talking like this. I went to Hong Kong, and in Hong Kong they have a tattoo parlor. And at the tattoo parlor in Hong Kong, they had various things people would get tattooed on them. One of the things people put on their bodies was the words, "Born to lose." Born to lose. Why would you put that on your body? Born to lose. You'd look at that every day and think, I was born to lose. That's the worst thing you could possibly do. That's not positive thinking. I would put born to win. That's what I would put on my body. But yeah. I don't know. I thought that was amusing. And that apparently was like a biker thing, Born to Lose. And that was the Billy Jack movie. The first movie that had Billy Jack in it was called Born Losers. And it was about that. That was a biker thing in like the 60s. Born to Lose was just like a symbol that bikers would wear. And they would have the German Iron Cross and the words Born to Lose. And it was some kind of Nazi thing. And I don't know, or was it Nazi or just biker thing? I don't know. It's kind of a strange thing. But, you know, so the things that people tattoo on their bodies are quite strange. But yeah, people would tattoo the words Born to Lose on their bodies. And people really did that. That was actually a tattoo. Sounds like the slogan of the Democratic National Committee. Well, there you go. Maybe it's a reference to Woody Guthrie, The Fascists Are Bound to Lose. And he's saying he's a fascist. I don't know. Right? That was a song by Woody Guthrie. You fascists are bound to lose. So maybe they're like announcing that they're fascists because they're born to lose, or I don't know. Anyway. All right. Can we have a moment of silence and or prayer for the successful recovery of Tulsi's husband, Abraham? I guess. Sure. If you want to do that. All right. Well, we are about to hit the 4-hour mark. Haven't gone this long in a while, but that's okay. But we'll be back tomorrow night. Saturday night is always a big night for these streams. So dare to struggle, dare to win, everybody. We have a CPI meeting tomorrow. We got to, talk about some important stuff because we have a lot we need to accomplish here in the month of June. So thanks, everybody. I'm going to put on the closing music, and we'll be back. We'll be back.
New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.